Greetings and welcome to the Saco City Council meeting for Monday, December 7th, 2020. Call the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. Let the record show that all the councilors are present, as well as City Administrator Canrath. At this time, I'd like to invite everyone to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is represented behind City Administrator Canrath. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to general. Well, it's not under general. I would like to recognize today is the 79th anniversary of Pearl Harbor Day, and we thank all our veterans again for their service, their sacrifice, and thank everybody who's gone out and participated so that we can have the freedoms we have today. So thank you, and just please keep everyone of their families in your thoughts and hearts here today. On to a more happier note, would like to thank and welcome the new school board members who were sworn in today, sworn in at a small service, and that is School Board Member Jennifer Preble from Ward 2, School Board Member Kevin LaFortune from Ward 4, and School Board Member Sarah Truman from Ward 6. Welcome and thank you for stepping up, running for office, putting yourself in the arena, and look forward to seeing you at the school board meeting on the 9th. Now, moving on to something even more amazing in and of itself is we have to recognize John Duross, the fire chief for the city of Saco, for 40 years of service. John Duross began his career with the city of Saco in October of 1980 as a firefighter. On May 8th, 1995, John was appointed as deputy fire chief. In his new position, he worked with the Code Enforcement Department to address fire code compliance in both new and existing occupancies. On July 1st, 2010, John was promoted to the position of fire chief. Beyond his daily responsibilities, Chief Duross is a fire service instructor with the Maine Fire Service Institute, past president and current secretary of the York County Chiefs Association, president of the Maine Fire Chiefs Association, and president of the New England Division of International Association of Fire Chiefs. For 40 years, John has served the citizens of Saco and the Maine Fire Service. John is an exemplary employee who has been a significant asset to the city of Saco. Please join me in congratulating and thanking Chief Duross for his 40 years of service. Chief Duross, thank you again for your service to the community, and we hope for many more. On to item 5, we have committee correspondence to council. Any committee correspondence at this time? Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Big congratulations to Saco Main Street and the Saco Scoop. Earlier this fall, Main Street Chair Stefan Normatatis submitted a nomination for the Saco Scoop to the Maine Downtown Center for their annual Project of the Year award, and we actually won. To paraphrase Stefa, the Saco Scoop has been a game changer for Saco Main Street and the Saco community, attracting thousands to our downtown area and providing an important community gathering space. We could not be more proud of us taking home the prize on this one. A big thank you to Rob Biggs for leading the effort and continuing to grow the local impact of the Saco Scoop. It truly would not have happened without his leadership. Also, a big thank you to Holly Gordon, the Saco Main Street Board, the City Council, the Economic Development Team, and sponsors such as Saco Biddeford Savings, and most of all, the wonderful group of volunteers, of which both my husband and I faithfully serve. This lets me know it's worth the effort, and I could not be more proud.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. And thank you, Stefan Normantis, for your hard work and putting Saco Main Street and the Saco Scoop out there. for consideration. And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize and thank all the volunteers who serve on that board and also help with so many community events, even though events have not been in the prime spotlight this year with the COVID-19 pandemic. Realize that these folks are working behind the scenes and are responsible for the good outpouring of support during Small Business Saturday. And we're also integral in putting up the lights line streets. So again, thank all the volunteers for that. We are now on Councilor Minthorn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention that's listening that the shuttle bus, or Biddeford Saco Old Orchard Beach Transit, it is now known, took possession of 2 brand new 45-foot Prevost coaches for our Zoom run between the Saco Biddeford area and Portland. Currently, that line, since the COVID hit, is running about 30% of its normal occupancy pre-COVID. So there are plenty of opportunities in empty seats with adequate social spacing for anyone working in the Portland area to use the transit at probably a substantially lower cost than gasoline and parking to get to Portland every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Any further committee correspondence to council? Council, I would just like to let everyone know that the legislative delegation that is for Senator King, Senator Collins, and Representative Pingree have sent a letter in support of our letter of support to the Army Corps of Engineers. And we are just waiting for some feedback from the ACOE on that. We received that letter late last week, but just know that they are putting the full weight of the federal delegation behind us in support of that letter to the Army Corps. Any further committee correspondence to council? Okay, moving on to item 6, public comment. City Administrator Cainrath, do we have public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have a number of items all relating to the Ward 4 vacancy. I'll read into the record now. So our first item comes from Jim Katz, who writes, Dear council members, my wife Sandra and I are fairly new to Saco, having moved here about 12 years ago from Massachusetts. While we could have chosen from a variety of cities, towns, and states for our place of retirement, we chose Saco for many reasons. Among them is its beautiful setting on the ocean on the Saco River, a wonderful downtown, fine schools that 2 of our grandchildren have attended here, and extremely capable city administration and public works departments. The person elected as Ward 4 City Councilor needs to have a background and desire to further these fine qualities in our city and have an appreciation for the valuable resource that the Saco River provides our community and visitors to the area. Mike Berman is a person who has those qualities. His young family attends our schools. He's often seen walking the Ward 4 neighborhoods with his family and is well known to all he meets on the path. He understands the importance of responsible growth and to help control our property taxes. He understands the importance of quality education, first responder services of police and fire, and environmental protection, and quality and integrity in city administration. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to select Mike Berman as the Ward 4 City Councilor. Again, that's Jim Katz of Abbey Lane. The next piece comes from Carla LaFortune, 6 Peabody Lane. She writes, good evening. I would like to share that my vote for the Ward 4 council seat is for Mike Berman. Thank you, Carla LaFortune. Very short and sweet. Thank you, Carla. Next comes from Randall Smith, an attorney at Shaheen and Gordon of Dover, New Hampshire, but I believe a resident here of Saco. He writes, Dear Mayor Doyle, this is to recommend Andrea Stark for Ward 4 City Councilor. My 50 years of raising a family and practicing law in Saco gives me insight into what it takes to be a productive public servant here. I have known Andrea both professionally and as a neighbor for many years. I found her to be intelligent, articulate, thoughtful, energetic, and an upbeat problem solver. She has the inclination to listen to the concerns of her constituents and the talent to formulate and advance creative solutions to those concerns. Andrea is an exceedingly pleasant person and will add a level of camaraderie to council meeting dynamics. I believe she will be a valuable addition to the council, and I'm confident you will agree. Sincerely, Randall Smith. Next comes from Joyce and Gordon Mailman. Dear Mayor Doyle, we are writing in support of the nomination of Andrea Bob Stark for a seat on the City Council, Ward 4. After meeting Andrea over 12 years ago and spending time with her socially, recreationally, and in the office over the years, we have gotten to know her. She has a friendly personality, is responsible, fair, and works well with others. Andrea has many positive work ethics, including, but not limited to, honesty, dependability, meticulousness, and ability to multitask, will all ensure she will not only look out for Ward 4, but also be a valuable asset for the city as a whole. We are excited that someone as qualified as Andrea is willing to serve our city and hope that she gets nominated and voted in so she will have the chance to show us what she can do. We are confident she will serve the city well. Again, Joyce and Gordon Mailman. Next comes to us from Roger and Louise Labby of 3 Cartier Circle. Dear Mayor Doyle, it has come to my wife and my attention that Bob DeAngelo of Ward 4 has shown interest in the open council position. We are only too pleased to recommend Bob to you, as we all know him to be an honorable, hardworking, and intelligent person. He has served the city on city boards in the past and is interested in this position. It is with enthusiasm that we back Bob, whom we have known for many years. Again, Roger and Louise Labby. Next comes to us from Jack and Ernestine Forbes, 33 Plymouth Drive. Dear Mayor Doyle, it is our understanding that Robert DeAngelo is interested in the position recently vacated by Lynn Copeland. We have known Bob as a friend and neighbor for 15 years. He is someone in whom we place great trust and respect. Since we have known him, he has demonstrated great interest in the city affairs. He and his wife most recently became a voice for the neighborhood in the 60 Bayview project, which involved extensive research and tenacity. His information was always accurate and truthful. It was with their efforts this project ended. Bob is well-liked and well-informed. We would like to see him as beneficial in Ward 4 and on the City Council. Jack and Ernestine Forbes, 33 Plymouth Drive. And lastly, we have a message from Frank and Francis Ingarowski, 25 Plymouth Drive. Dear Mayor Doyle, we respectfully request that you appoint Robert DeAngelo to Ward 4 City Council position recently vacated by Lynn Copeland. Bob is well qualified, will be a perfect fit for this job. He is a fair-minded person who is truly interested in continuing to make Saco a great place to live. Ward 4 will be very well represented by Robert DeAngelo. Once again, Frank and Francis Ingarowski, 25 Plymouth Drive. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Administrator Kinrath. As we open up the remainder of public comment, just encourage folks that please be respectful as you share your comments in the public comments section. These candidates are members of the community and should be treated with respect and courtesy. We ask that you keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less to allow enough time for other members of the public to comment as well. With that, we will start going through. If you would like to speak to the council during the public comments section, please use the raise hand feature of the Zoom platform, or those calling on cellular phone, *9, and you'll be unmuted to speak to the council. First up, we have Kevin Roach. Kevin, you've been allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute and state your name and address for the record and provide your comments to council.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, this is Kevin Roach, 18 Vines Road on the Shoreline Commission and SOS Saco Bay. First off, congrats to Chief Duross on the 40 years. It was a pleasure working you on my time on council. 40 years is like 120 on council years. First, another shout out to DeAngelo Alston, my dad bud and business bud out at the Millbrook Industrial Park for signing up for the Intercultural Committee. Look forward to hearing a good word from that. And then, as the mayor said, school board congrats for Sarah Truman, Jen Preble, and our ward here, Kevin LaFortune. Look forward to changes and moving forward on the new school board. speaking of Ward 4, I'm not here to speak to any specific candidate for the Ward 4 open position, as I don't know every candidate. As you know, I was council for 4 years, and each term and year provides its own unique challenges. And I can't say who would be the ideal candidate for what lies ahead. I do know Mike has school knowledge that could help build that needed bridge we need to city council. I do know Betty has city budget and process insight to lead in challenging times. I do know Bob has neighborhood passion to affect change in the city. And I know Perry Ann has that giving back spirit for her lifelong community. But the one thing that must guide this council on your vote is adherence to the city council goals you formulated to start the year and to go forward into this year. The two that are very specific to Ward 4, the first two is growth and environmental growth and environmental initiatives. They're in doubt with our withering shoreline. It's our beach tax base and our commercial Camp Ellis. They're under assault from the man-made Army Corps jetty. Now, earlier, the good news that our federal delegation is pushing for this, but that momentum has to keep going. We are so close to the finish line, awaiting the final project partnership agreement with the Army Corps, possibly supported by our Maine state government. This is no time to lay off the gas pedal. Our ward, our city demands action. We at SOS Saco Bay have other shoreline mitigation efforts besides the Army Corps to get going with other communities and various organizations. We need a city councilor that continues the efforts of the councilors that came before them and supports your unanimous vote to move things forward with the Army Corps in saving our shoreline and furthering these council goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. At this time, are there any other public comment? Again, for those that would like to speak to the council, please use the raise hand feature, or if you're using a cellular phone, *9 to be unmuted to provide comment to the council. Okay, seeing no further public comment, I'm moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of minutes. Agenda item 7, approval of minutes for November 9th and November 16th, 2020. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Councilor Minthorn. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Gunn. Any discussion on the minutes? Roll call vote on the minutes. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
No.
Motion passes 6-1 to approve the minutes. On to agenda item 8, consent items. There are 3 consent items. Item A is the confirmation and appointment to Intercultural Competency and Awareness Committee for DeAngelo, Alston. Item B is criminal asset forfeiture, state versus Tyronne Brown. And item C is criminal asset forfeiture, state versus Sabrina Silva. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Is there anyone that would like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as it stands?
So moved.
Councilor McPhail. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Purdy. Discussion. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. I've brought this up several times over the years now. And under Chapter 15, 23, we were to get an annual report on these asset forfeitures by year end. So we're several months past that now. So I'm just going to ask again that we be provided with a report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. City Administrator Canrath, can you make sure that the council gets a report on asset forfeiture by year end?
Yes.
Or
me and
perhaps
Chief
in the
Clements will
first.
work on that. Yep.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the consent agenda items? Councilor Johnston, is your hand up again, or is that from previous? Thank you. Roll call vote on the consent agenda. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much, everyone. At this time, we are at item 9, which is the action items. But if there is no objection, I would like to move the agenda around a little bit, and I would like to do item 10A, main water presentation. I don't feel it's necessary to burden them with waiting around to give their 15 to 20 minute presentation on main water. So if there's no objection, I would like to take item 10A out of order.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Johnston, Councilor Minthorn. Any objection? Roll call vote. Councilor Archer,
Aye.
Councilor Purdy,
Yes.
Councilor Gunn,
Yes.
Councilor Copeland,
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn,
Yes.
Councilor McPhail,
Yes.
and Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Okay, so we're now going to invite main water presentation, and we are going to hear from Rick Knowlton.
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Mayor Doyle. Nice to see everyone tonight. I sent an email on Friday with a whole bunch of information for you, and maybe you had a chance to look at some of those things, and maybe you didn't. But I do have a short slide deck, maybe 5 or 6 slides, and if I could share my screen, if that's all right,
Please.
I'll walk you through it. So on your screen now is a picture of our existing drinking water facility on the Saco River out on South Street in Biddeford. And this facility was originally built in 1884, and it was last renovated in 1936. In 1884, Grover Cleveland was elected president of the United States, defeating James Blaine from Maine. It's the last time anyone from Maine ever ran for president of the United States. But Mr. Blaine did not win the 1884 election. And while we have a tremendous pride in the Saco River as a source of water and a pride in the history of the existing plant, time has taken a toll. The facility remains operational. We make good water, but we have a very high risk of equipment failure. And as you know, we're located exclusively and totally within the floodplain of the Saco River, as the lower two right-hand pictures show you. We completed comprehensive engineering evaluations of the facility, and the recommendations of our engineer and our engineering teams are to replace the existing facility, not to further renovate or rehab it. We face greater risk of flooding from climate change, and as you know, the city's emergency declaration as to climate speaks to this matter. And the time has come to face a generational investment and to prepare for the next century of service. So we have shared the facility both on tours, on videos, in memos with community leaders across the service territory. And I believe that your understanding of the need for replacement is clear. The question is this a good time to do it? And I hope I'll be able to answer some of those questions for you tonight. We do have a shot of our new facility for you. And this is under construction now. We're roughly 50% complete. We're on the same parcel, but we're across the street from the existing facility. Construction began in February. We had a little delay because of COVID protocols, but the wonderful weather we've had this summer has allowed us to catch up. The new facility has the same design capacity of the existing facility, which is 12 million gallons of water a day. It'll be fully automated. It'll be more efficient. We'll use less labor, less chemicals, less power to produce a gallon of water than we do today. We're also going to be more friendly to the environment, reducing and improving the quality of our discharge back to the Saco River, and preserving over 250 acres of forest land around the new plant. Construction should be complete in the spring of 2022. And we have a video cam set up on the project site. So here's a 14-second shot of what's happened since June. And we'll walk you through the development of the site from this one location. So this is what 6 months and about $10 million will get you. But the facilities come along in great shape. As you can see, we've got roof planks on the lower section. The upper section here, we're working very hard to get undercover before the winter gets any more difficult for us. And we're making great progress. So with this slide, it's eventual that that we've got to figure out how to deal with our revenue requirements of the existing facility. So a big piece of this talk tonight, the next couple of minutes, will be about awareness and about the financials. As you know, our purpose is to serve the community with reliable, high-quality water and exceptional water service. But our process of raising funds and completing capital projects doesn't really mirror the municipal model. We are regulated by the Maine Public Utilities Commission. The last time we set base rates in the Biddeford-Saco service territory was in 2017. Currently, those rates are designed to generate about $8 million a year in revenue, and that operates the utility here in Biddeford-Saco. But this investment in the new facility is over $53 million, and that investment, to support that investment, is going to require an increase in utility revenues of almost $6 million annually. So that's a major increase. A traditional rate filing would occur upon the completion of the facility, but we've come up with a strategy that we hope that you can support by filing sooner for the benefit of our customers. Here's a history of where the rates have been since Maine Water Company's been involved in Saco. We acquired the Biddeford-Saco Water Company in 2012. Rates were very low in comparison to the statewide average. As you can see, they were about half at that time. Rates have climbed from about $10 a month. These are quarterly bills, by the way. So divide by 3 to get to a cost per month. Rates have increased from about $10 a month in 2012 to about $20 a month today. And when we're finished, rates will increase again in 2023 to a little over $100 a quarter, about $30 a month, which is very comparable to the statewide average that's projected in 2023. Currently, that statewide average is about $84 a month. But water bills have been increasing steadily over this period of time, both here in Biddeford-Saco and statewide. So our mechanism to deal with this is called a revenue smoothing mechanism, and it has a couple of goals. First, its goal is to build a ramp of gradual increases over a period of time instead of hitting a single step in traditional rate-making fashion. So the dark line shows you today's $8 million a year revenue. And in 2022, upon completion of the facility, traditional rate making would, in a one proceeding process, increase that $8.1 million to 14.7. That's a big step, especially to do it at one time. So our proposed plan that we intend to bring to the Public Utilities Commission would start that increase next year in 2021 with the beginning of the new municipal budget. And we would do that again in 2022. And ultimately in 2023, we would get to the new level of revenue. But what's interesting about this light blue line is that if we do get started sooner than later, not only can we build the ramp to benefit customers by phasing in this new revenue increase over 3 years, we can actually end up at a lower overall revenue requirement at the end of that program. Because we'll take those dollars that are paid in 2021 and 2022, apply them against the cost of the facility as if you were pre-funding a fire truck or a purchase of another municipal asset, so that the overall support of that new asset, once it's placed in service, will be offset by those initial payments. So this is a mechanism that we plan to present to the Maine Public Utilities Commission. It's not been used in the water utility space before. Electric utilities and gas utilities have other tools and mechanisms. They have alternate rate plans, and they have, and Unitil has a special rate here in Saco to offset some of their capital investments for their expansion. But on the water side, it hasn't been used before. So it's a new request to the Public Utilities Commission, but we think it has great value. We expect to file our application in early January. That would start the process, which is going to take, again, if we're successful, it will take 3 years to complete from 2021 through 2023. We would invite the community, and we will invite all 4 communities to participate, hopefully at the very least to support these concepts, the benefits of a multi-year approach, avoiding a large single-step rate increase, reducing the overall impact on rates by pre-funding the project, and also by establishing a predictable schedule for those annual rate increase so that budgets, whether they're municipal or private, can be clear and can be accommodating of where we need to get to support this major infrastructure project. But of course, there are a couple of ways that the city could participate in the proceeding in Hollowell. The Maine Public Utilities Commission invites interveners, new parties to the case. That's the formal legal side. Or you can simply comment on the case and participate from a distance, but with all the clout of the city of Saco. So that is my presentation. I'm sure that I've raised some questions along with the other materials that I sent along to you in advance of the meeting. So I know you have a heavy agenda and I don't want to take longer than I need to, but happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Knowlton. Any questions from the council? Okay, no questions. Mr. Knowlton, I think
Well, you're being generous.
the explanation
One
from
last
you.
comment. There are a couple of people on the town staff that I'd really like to support. Great to hear John Duross's 40-year anniversary. John has been a member of the advisory committee that we assembled when we first acquired the Bedford Saco system. So he's participated along with Howard Carter and Emily Roy for several years now in providing input and direction to be a sounding board for us Congratulations to the chief, but thanks also to Howard and to Emily for the hours that they've dedicated. They've been involved in watching this project and watching our deliberations on it, and it's much appreciated.
Bill's screen's frozen.
Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda. We are at item A, and that is the acceptance of Councilor Copeland's resignation. Councilor Gunn.
Just be a second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After serving on the City Council since 2017, Lynn Copeland has been elected as the representative of District 14 to the Maine House of Representatives. Councilor Copeland has submitted a letter of resignation, and if accepted by council, the position will be vacated immediately. Staff supports. Be it ordered that the City Council accept the resignation of Councilor Lynn Copeland, effective immediately.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Minthorn. At this time, I would like to invite Councilor Copeland to share her thoughts in her letter that she wanted to share last week with the members of this panel and the members in the community.
Thank you, Mayor Doyle. It's been my honor to have been elected twice by the residents of Ward 4 in Saco to be their city councilor. It's also my honor to have been recently elected as a representative of District 14 in Saco to the Maine House of Representatives. Having a citizens' government in Maine means most city councilors and legislators have full-time jobs, as do I. It's not possible for me to work full-time, be an effective voice on the city council for Ward 4, and to work as a state representative all at the same time. Accordingly, effective immediately, please accept my resignation as the Ward 4 Saco City Councilor. I'm proud of the work done during my time on council. The investment in our youth through a teen center will pay off for generations to come. The work on our trail systems, creation of a Parks and Rec Trails phone app, which is coming soon, will attract business owners who will bring their businesses and families to Saco and help diversify our tax base. The creation of a natural green belt from the ocean to the heath to the river and back down to the ocean. Moving back to the ocean for walking, snowshoeing, and enjoying nature is in sight. I'm hopeful for Saco's future by bringing citizens and leaders together to make Saco the place to live, work, and play. It is my fervent hope that the council fill the vacancy with a person who reflects the community, the values and objectives I hold and was elected because of. One of the reasons I initially ran for the city council seat was because when I looked at the sitting council, there were 7 white men and not 1 woman. I believe the council should represent the community, and female voices are imperative. I look forward to working with you together in my new role as State House Representative to continue moving Saco forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Copeland, and it's been a pleasure serving with you. Thank you for all your sacrifice to the community. At this time, are there any other comments? Any discussion? If no comment or discussion, Councilor Archer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take this time to say Councilor Copeland and myself came on board at the same time, and I just want to say that it's a bittersweet moment in the sense that I have to say goodbye. but obviously this is positive for the city of Saco, so that's what makes it bittersweet. And I just wanted to officially say it's been a pleasure working with you. Sometimes we agreed, sometimes we didn't, but in the end, we still had respect of each other, still do. And I look forward to working with you from a city to state capacity in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. If there are no more comments or discussion, a roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Lynn, it's been an honor and a privilege. Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
And Councilor Copeland, do you want to abstain or vote?
I'm going to abstain on this one.
Thank you. Motion with 6 zeros passes with 1 abstention. Again, Councilor Copeland, thank you very much and congratulations on your new endeavor up at the State House. You're going to need the time to navigate those halls. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we are at item B of the agenda, and that is the appointment of vacant Ward 4 council seat. Item B has 4 parts. Part A is we will hear applicant presentations, a 7-minute maximum for each applicant. We will then have a round of questions per applicant. So as the questions, as each applicant comes up at the end of their presentation, council will have a round of questions. You can ask as many questions as you want of that applicant, and each councilor will get an opportunity to ask questions. Following the presentations and questions, there will be part 3, the council discussion. And then following council discussion, there'll be a motion, hopefully with consensus of council, to appoint a Ward 4 councilor. With that said, Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lynn Copeland has resigned from her Ward 4 council seat effective December 7th, 2020. The legal opinion of the city solicitor is attached as Exhibit 1, explaining that the following process followed the city charter, Section 2.06C2. This term will end on December 5th, 2022. Materials were submitted by the candidates, and they are attached in Exhibit 2. The following process will take place to fill the vacant Ward 4 council seat. 1, 10 candidates will give oral presentations, no more than 7 minutes each. Candidates will be invited to speak in the order in which they submitted their application. We recently had 10 candidates. We have had 3 withdrawals. The candidates to speak will be Michael Burnham, Robert DeZadio, Andrea Bopp Stark, Dawn Pylon, Betty Brunswick, Perry Ann Carpenter, Sandra Bastille, and the 3 withdrawals were Jeff Christenberry, Kelsey Libby, and Chad Snow. 2, councilor questions and answers. Each councilor will be allowed 1 round of questions per candidate. 3, council discussion. 4, motion may be read to confirm the new Ward 4 councilor.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. So at this point, we're going to go in order that as Councilor McPhail said, the presentations, we will go in order that they were received. With that first, we will hear from Michael Berman. And Mike, one moment, we're going to promote you to panelist here. Mike Berman, greetings, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You are now a panelist and you now have 7 minutes. Please identify yourself and give your address and also speak to why you should be the next Ward 4 councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for taking the time. As you said, I'm Mike Berman, 6 Margaret Circle. You guys have a tough choice. This process is not ideal. We should all be wary of processes that disenfranchise voters, which an appointment like this necessarily does. Thankfully, it's a short-term fix, just a few months, and lots of people have stepped up to serve. Really an impressive list of people. I want to take a few minutes to talk about that word serve, because that's how I see this role. I think this seat, the Ward 4 council seat, is there to serve the citizens of Ward 4 and the city as a whole. My belief that it's the role of city council to make sure that city government is working for those citizens, to help them fulfill their vision of what the city can be. It's your job, maybe hopefully our job, to preserve those aspects of Saco that make it great, and to help change those things that are obstacles in helping Saco reach its full potential. I think the most important function of any government is to protect the most vulnerable among us. That's the children, the retirees, those on fixed incomes, and those impacted by misfortune, illness, and the pandemic. I've dedicated a great deal of my life to service of others, including this community. I serve UNE, where I work in many capacities. I've been head of my college's faculty assembly, the vice chair of the university faculty assembly, and chair of various finance and governance committees. In those experiences, I've learned about complex, large budgets and complex organizations. I've served Maine, and especially Southern Maine, as on the board of the Michael T. Goulet Foundation, where I've given away hundreds, probably thousands of helmets, some of which have saved kids' lives in our community. I've created and delivered addiction and concussion traumatic brain injury curriculum to Maine students. That program gained national recognition by the Obama White House. I've served Saco students on the School Board Strategic Planning Committee and by co-founding Saco STEAM, our educational foundation. I've joined the Biddeford Saco Rotary Club recently to help deepen my service to this community. And I feel ready to serve Saco citizens as a city councilor. As all of you know, it's a critical time for Saco. In addition to the current overwhelming challenge of the pandemic, we're also going to build a new school while hiring a new superintendent. We heard earlier about the chronic issue of beach erosion at Camp Ellis and the Goose Fair Brook. That's worsened not only by the jetty, but also by ongoing climate change. We have a perennial issue of fixed income and other folks struggling with the high property taxes. Well, in my ward, they're only a stone's throw away from million-dollar beach houses. We have quickly rising property values all across the city, making it hard for some of our citizens to afford. We have worsening traffic, limited walking and biking paths, a situation that recently came to a head in Ward 4. And to solve these problems, we need solutions that work for everyone. We need to preserve the age-friendly aspects of Saco. We need to renew our commitment to the highest quality of education for our kids. We need to maintain that family-friendly and neighborly focus of our community that makes it so special. We have to welcome new and diverse residents. We have to do all of that while honoring those who came before us and ensuring that those who helped make the city great can continue to afford to live here. I think I have the skills to help with all of that. I value our environment. I recognize the importance of the waterfront, the wetlands, and nature in making Ward 4 special. I have a vision for our future that includes jobs and commercial and industrial tax-based growth, but not at the expense of our environment, but in combination with it. I'm an avid bicyclist, pedestrian, and outdoorsman who wants to preserve and expand those aspects of our community. I'm a scientist who has specific training in envisioning new solutions to complex problems. And I'm familiar with managing and overseeing complex budgets, small and large. And most importantly, I value all voices. And I have a deep belief that none of us win unless all of us do. And I will seek those kinds of solutions. So I know you have a tough choice. I don't envy you. But I'm here and I'm willing to serve and put my talents into helping Saco if you choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. At this point, any council questions for Mr. Berman? Councilor Archer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be asking these. I dwindled it down to 3 because I realized there's 6 of us are the councilors at this moment in time. So these 3 questions I'll ask all the candidates because I just feel that that's fair. The first one is, how would your colleagues, friends, or neighbors describe you? And it's a 2-part question. What would your opponents say about you?
That's interesting. I hope everybody sees me as a fair, kind, friendly face, always willing to help. You heard a couple of letters, especially one from my neighbor, Jim Katz, earlier, who I think speaks to my integrity. I'm a common feature of Ward 4. And as you know, I've run for city council at the same time you were. I ran I think a friendly, professional, compassionate campaign. It focused on issues. I don't think any negative words were shared either way. I hope my opponents equally find me committed to our common cause of helping the city of Saco and helping all of our residents find successful solutions.
All right, thank you, Michael. Second part, many of the candidates submitting for consideration the Ward 4 seat have various professional and community service backgrounds. What makes you stand out best to serve your Ward 4 and the city of Saco's residents?
Yeah. As I mentioned, it's a very impressive pool of candidates with lots of experience. You have a tough choice. I chose Saco. I didn't have to. I chose Saco because I think it's special. I think the combination of the environment, of the downtown, the community, and neighborhood focus are things that really stood out to me. And I think with that kind of, I've only lived here 11 years, and with the view of somebody who has some experience here, but also as a Saco resident by choice, it gives me the advantage to really understand what it is that makes Saco special and to fight hard to preserve it. I have deep community roots, both as a professional through UNE, through my service commitments and obligations that help me network, that help me find solutions, that give me access to lots of people who can offer advice and perspective. And I'm a hardworking, compassionate, kind, intelligent person who's here to roll up my sleeves and get to work and help Saco.
Awesome, thank you. The last question is, you did a little bit of this, but now I'm still going to want you to add a little bit more. So the actual question is, reveal something about yourself that you did not identify when addressing the council and the public.
Reveal something about myself. That's a hard question.
Yeah.
I'm a late convert to physical fitness. I don't know if that's relevant or not, but I've really come to enjoy bicycling, downhill skiing. I grew up in Wisconsin, which has neither mountains nor the coast. And now I love both totally and completely. I spend as much time as I can in the mountains of Maine. And when I'm not at the mountain, I'm somewhere along the water. And I'm running, and I'm biking, and I'm hiking, and enjoying all that makes our state great.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Purdy, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Let me just get them here. Mr. Burnham, thank you. My first question for you, sir. You mentioned in your application for the council that you would like to strengthen Saco's industrial and commercial base. Could you elaborate on how and where you would like to see economic growth in this city over the next decade?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think you have to think about that in three different ways. We currently have kind of a retail and commercial center in downtown that's really well served by Saco Main Street. I think we've put a lot of focus on heavier commercial and industrial jobs in the industrial parks, which I think absolutely needs to continue. I think a neglected area has actually been in my ward and the Camp Ellis area. I would like to see all of those expand, of course. I think we have something really special in Saco. I think we have two really special things going for us. One is our environment. I think we really need to capitalize on the Saco River, on the coast, and really focus on environmental tourism, including all of my passions I just spoke about, but many others also. I think we also need to capitalize on our region in southern Maine. We have Old Orchard Beach to the north, which offers a certain kind of tourist experience. We have the Kennebunkport area to the south, which offers a different kind of tourist experience. I think something that's missing in our region is a real affordable but family-friendly beach destination, and I think that would be perfect for Saco. I think we can capitalize on identity. I think it matches well with what we already have, and I think we should be using that to support Camp Ellis, support our beaches, support our restaurants, support our hotels, and other businesses. Just one idea.
Thank you. And I have a follow-up question to that, and you touched on it in your answer a little bit. Let me get it in front of me here. Okay. You mentioned in your application about wanting to continue to build our relationship with Biddeford. That being said, Saco shares much of its border with Old Orchard Beach and Scarborough, the latter of which has grown by leaps and bounds economically in the last couple of decades. How do you see Saco's relationship with these two towns, and what steps, if any, would you like us to take to strengthen ties with those two towns?
Yeah, and I was actually kind of kicking myself internally for not focusing more on the Route 1 corridor when I was giving my talk about areas that could see growth. It's not just industrial park, it's the whole Route 1 corridor that could really see continued improvements and growth. And I think that really needs to be the focus of our connection with Scarborough, is improving the commercial industrial tax base along all of Route 1, as well as housing. There's plenty of opportunity there for growth too. In terms of Old Orchard Beach, we already have a continuous community. If you didn't notice the sign, you wouldn't really know where one ends and the other starts. And I think it's important to maintain that relationship, but also focus on the things that keep us, make us separate. Right? I think we want to keep our character. We don't want to become Old Orchard Beach. But if we can bring some of their tourists down to Camp Ellis, down to our restaurants, maybe stay in our hotels, we can see the revenue from those tourists while providing a slightly different Southern Maine environment.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Councilor Minthorn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mike. Three kind of brief questions. As we've known each other going on about 5 or 6 years. In that time, you ran for council twice and were unsuccessful. What are 1 or 2 lessons you learned from those runs?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. You know, I'm proud of the campaigns I ran, although it still stings a little bit when you mention.
Yep, put it that way.
Unsuccessful.
They always do. Yep.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten. Yeah, you know, to be honest, and we see the same situation here. Ward 4 is filled with strong, dedicated people who want to serve our city and our community, and you saw that in both of those elections, and you see it again tonight. You know, in both cases, I ran strong campaigns. I received many, many votes, and I'm proud of the campaigns I ran. You know, in both cases, I think the key, and one of the more important things for anybody, I think, sitting in your seats or hopefully our seats soon, is that to listen to the people of the ward. Right? One of the things that Lynn was superb at was knocking on doors and getting out and sitting with people and listening and learning what their concerns are. And that's also a value that I share. Once again, as I said in my statement, I don't believe you can have a solution unless it works for everyone. We always need to be seeking win-win-win outcomes. Otherwise, we failed. And so that's something that I really want to commit myself to as a city councilor, and I think is a strength of mine that you would hear from my professional colleagues also. Yep. That I'm able to listen to all perspectives, make people feel heard, make people be heard, and try and find solutions that work for all those concerned. And I'm dedicated to that, as I think Lynn was also.
Great, thank you. One of the things that is always a burden, if you will, on all of us as counselors with full-time jobs and that kind of thing. I know today was the last day of Medicare's annual enrollment, and it's been just unbelievable with the time constraints. And this week's council packet was 406 pages. So anytime I wasn't talking to a customer, I was going through the packet and trying to read all 406 pages. Last week, there were meetings Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It does place a demand on you between your committee assignments as well as the time to prep for the council meeting and the meeting itself. How do you anticipate balancing that with the work-life balance you already have? Yeah,
that's a great question. I'm sure being on council is time consuming, and I hope my wife wasn't listening to our description of the meetings last week. But in seriousness, she's very supportive, as is my family. Yeah. There's two answers to that. One is you make time for the things that are important to you. And service is important to me. And serving this community and serving my neighbors and community is important to me. And so for those things, you make the time. And I will make the time for this. The second piece is some of my time-consuming service at my professional life is winding down. I'm terming out of my time as leader of my faculty assembly, which coincidentally frees up some time to serve in other ways. And as some of my focus is shifting to my community, so too will some of my time. So I think my time dedicated to serving others won't change, but the way in which I do that will. And I hope to put some of that time and commitment into Saco that I'm currently putting into my college and university.
Great, thank you. I'll skip the last question and we'll move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn and Councilor McPhail. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions at this time.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Any questions?
Yes, just a few. First, thanks for, applying for this, Mike. I think I've watched you twice now, as Councilor Minthorn mentioned, run for this seat. So I feel you have a good understanding of what that commitment is, having put yourself out there previously. So I think you've actually really covered a lot in your opening statement and through the questions that have been asked. So the questions I have is what do you hope to accomplish in the 2 years that you will have on City Council specifically? Like what main issue do you hope to see through completion?
Yeah, that's a great question. And first, I guess I'd like to clarify. My understanding was that this was about a 10-month appointment followed by an election the next summer. So if it's 2 years, I'd like maybe something to clarify. But regardless, I hope to serve for 2 years and longer, so it doesn't really matter. I have two main issues. One, I think, is the one that Kevin Roach talked about earlier. We really need to see a solution for Ward 4's coast. It's one of the things that makes Saco unique. It's one of the things that makes it special. It's a huge source of our tax base. It's a gift to the whole community, and it's slowly washing away. And so I will certainly pick up and carry the baton that I will stand on the shoulder of giants, so to speak, and try and carry that job forward to the best of my ability. The second thing is I'd really like to see us capitalize and expand upon our environmental infrastructure. Lynn talked about this greenway. I think we need to reinvest in our pedestrian, our bicycle-friendly nature, including green spaces. Traffic is already a nightmare. You can see parking issues in Biddeford that haven't quite yet reached the same level in Saco, although I imagine they will in our future. I think in order to preserve our age-friendly nature, support the whole community, we really need to be thinking ahead and build in pedestrian-friendly, bicycle-friendly, green-friendly ways of navigating our city. And finally, I think it's really important that we do all of that while keeping it affordable. So I want to make sure that we can support all of those initiatives while coming up with new ways of creating funding that doesn't put it on the back of those who can't afford it.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Mayor, if you wanted to clarify the length of the term for Mike, that would probably be appropriate.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Mr. Berman, we did do a clarification on that in one of the previous council meetings. It is a 2-year appointment for the remainder of the term in accordance with the charter. And we did have 2 legal opinions, one from our city solicitor, backed up by a second from Maine Municipal Association. So the term would end on December 5th, 2022. But as you said, you're interested in serving for the 2 years and more, should you be appointed. So, and
Absolutely.
I echo Councilor Johnston's thank you for stepping up and putting yourself in the arena. It's always difficult to do that. So thank you. Councilor Johnston, any further questions?
Yes. So this question, granted you're representing Ward 4, but this question really pertains to the downtown area, which myself and Councilor McPhail represent. So do you view Main Street and the downtown as healthy and successful And if not, how would you go about changing that or helping it achieve its maximum, success?
Yeah. I think downtown is healthy and successful and is becoming ever more healthy and successful. I get excited every time a new business opens. I get excited every time we see the community out there for the Harvest Festival or the Art Festival. I think that we increasingly have ties to Biddeford, which is also seeing a renaissance on its main street and downtown. That being said, calling something healthy and successful doesn't mean it couldn't be more healthy and successful. And I think the more we can do to support our businesses and our communities downtown, the better. I think that involves dense housing, including apartments and affordable housing for those that need it. I think it involves creating pedestrian-friendly spaces. I think it involves investment in beautification and increasing the aesthetics of downtown. And I think it also involves creative use of our economic development office and creating competitions and consulting and support for those that want to bring innovative, family-friendly businesses into our downtown Main Street. And I think it involves a regional partnership. And so in my initial letter, I focused on cooperating with Biddeford. And that's really what I had in mind, is not thinking about Saco's main streets and Biddeford's main streets, but instead thinking of the Biddeford, Saco, downtown Main Street area and thinking about the continuous loop and improving both transportation and economic support for that whole area.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, at this time, the first round of questions has been completed. Mike Berman, thank you again for joining us. Thank you for putting yourself in the arena. We're going to put you back into the attending area, and please feel free to stay on until the council moves through their process. But thank you for stepping up.
Of course, thank everyone so much for the thoughtful questions and discussion. I really appreciate it. I know this is hard work on your part, so thank you so much.
Okay, up next, we would have had Jeff Christianberry, but as Councilor McPhail said, Jeff withdrew his nomination. So up next, we have Robert DeAngelo. Robert DeAngelo has been promoted to panelist. He should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Robert, we can hear you. Greetings and welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening. And as we said to the previous candidate, thank you for putting yourself in the arena and running for the appointment. With that said, the appointment is till the end of the term, which is December 5th, 2022. With that said, you have 7 minutes to provide your comments to the City Council, and then there will be a round of questions and by each individual councilor. Fair enough?
Understood.
Please state your name and address for the record when you begin.
Hi, my name is Bob DeAngelo, and thank you for pronouncing it correctly. And anyway, my wife is talking to me in the background. That's a hell of a distraction. Anyway, and I live at 15 Plymouth Drive, and I've lived here since 1994 on Plymouth Drive, and for approximately 3 years prior to that at another part of city. And anyway, hopefully you've read my resume and experience, and hopefully that makes me qualified for this position. I do want to congratulate Mr. Furman, because he did a very good presentation and he knows how to speak on his feet, so to speak. I may not have the same qualities as that, but I can get along. Unlike some of the other highly qualified applicants for this position, I haven't served previously on the city council, nor do I have a law degree. But I think it can be advantage of having fresh eyes and an open mind on the committee. As far as not having a law degree, as an FAA inspector, I prepared legal arguments against violators of the U.S. Code of Regulations, and also served as an advisor to the legal section of the FAA's headquarters that were formerly located in the Boston area. Having served on the Saco Zoning Board of Appeals for some 5 years, it's given me some sense of how governmental meetings operate and the state and municipal rules a committee operates under. As a board member, I had to interpret city and state ordinances, as well as knowing when to make referrals to other city offices, such as the code enforcement officer or the city attorney. I fully understand this appointment is not about me, but of all the residents of Saco, with emphasis on Ward 4, obviously. That means I'll be prepared to do a lot of listening to my constituents and act as a go-between them and the government of the city of Saco. I enter this position with no preconceived agendas, but I will enter it with an open mind and a willingness to compromise so that conflicts can be resulted in a desired outcome for as many as possible. And lastly, I want to preserve all that's good about Saco and help it on its way to a better future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert. At this time, each of the council will be given an opportunity to ask you questions before going on to the next candidate. So with that said, Councilor Archer, questions?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, as I mentioned, I'm answering the first three. So the benefit of time in your favor is being presented. So again, they will be the same. How would your colleagues, friends, or neighbors describe you? The second part of that question is, what would your opponents say about you?
Well, I think, judging, from some of the some of my neighbors, they have sent some letters of recommendation, and they all seem to like me. They say I'm friendly, and I'm willing to help my neighbors at any way that I can. As far as enemies, I really don't have any, other than maybe someone that opposed us in the 60 Bayview project or so, but that was only one individual. But that's my answer.
The second one is, many of the candidates submitting for consideration for the Ward 4 seat have various professional and community service backgrounds. What makes you stand out to best serve Ward 4 and Saco residents?
That I have strong convictions that Saco is a great place to live. I want to keep improving Saco in any way that I can.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, reveal something about yourself that you did not identify when addressing the council.
I'm sorry, would you, that I did not identify initially, or what?
Something new, something that you have not mentioned. If you could just reveal something about yourself that you have not mentioned to the council.
Well, one thing is that I served a little bit of time on the Shoreline Commission, which I had completely forgot. And that was quite a few years back. Actually, my wife took over that position. This is under Mayor Johnston. And I went on to go to the serve on the board of excuse me, sometimes getting up in age sometimes will give me a little bit of a heartache here, but on the Zoning Board of Appeals, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. I really don't have any deep, dark secrets or anything like that to to share because I don't have any.
All right. Well, thank you, Rob. And the intention of that question is not for deep down secrets. It's just more about who are you? Just something to that level. Just keep it fun.
Well, I'd like to say that I've been, I transplanted. I grew up, born and grew up in Western Massachusetts, and bounced all over the country because of my profession as a professional pilot, and ended up in Maine because I really love the whole atmosphere here in Maine. And I had talked with people at work where I wanted to, I said, where's a good place to leave? Because I can't live in an apartment all my life. And many of them had recommended Saco, and I've had no regrets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Purdy, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilor Gunn?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Minthorn?
I'll pass as well.
Thank you. Councilor McPhail?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Johnston?
Thank you. First, let me say thank you for your service to the country. As a fellow veteran, that always stands out to me. So thank you for that service. I guess I'll ask the same questions I asked the previous applicant. So during this 2-year term, what do you hope to most accomplish through or see through to completion?
Well, as I stated initially, I don't come to the city council with an agenda. The only thing I would like to be able to do is to make sure that the city council operates in a fair and just manner in treating its citizens. And I like to think that, if there are certain strong areas, some hot spots, whatever. And I think the city council understands what some of the instances over the last year or so that we've undergone, and try to avoid things of that nature, and hopefully guide the city government in a way that is not going to cause any embarrassment or any undue harm to the city. And hopefully my greatest goal would be to see if we can keep our taxes low. That's it.
Thank you. And then the second question is, do you view Main Street in the downtown as healthy and successful? And if not, what would you do, or what would you suggest to make it more successful? Thank you.
Well, I'd like to think that I've got all the answers, but I really don't. And as far as my assessment of downtown, it needs a lot of work. And I know Saco Spirit has helped quite a bit. I participate because, for example, in the antique car show every summer. But it can do more. And one of the things I look at Biddeford is that it's a growing and vibrant city. And I'd like to think Saco could do at least as much as that. Now, I've heard from neighbors, well, a lot of the landlords are charging excessive rents, things like that. Maybe the city council can promulgate some type of incentive, a special district or something like that, to perhaps lower taxes for landlords, in which case they can offer better rental agreements to tenants. I want to see this to be a growing and vibrant community. And I think when I see empty storefronts or or used clothing stores, it doesn't really click in that this is the type of community that's going anywhere. I think we can do a lot better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. At this time, the council has asked their round of questions. Robert, again, thank you for participating and stepping forward. Is there anything you would like to leave the council with?
Just that I'm retired. I have a lot of time. I don't have to devote to work or anything else. When I did work on, was on the zoning board, I had some very strange hours. I'd be at work every morning at 6:30 in Portland. So having meetings that ran late into the night really didn't give me much time to get any rest. So now that I'm retired, I do have the time, I do have the energy to devote to being a council person.
Okay, thank you very much. Robert, I'm going to put you back down into the attendee area. Please continue to participate and wait for the council decision.
Okay.
Okay, next up, we will hear from Andrea Bopp Stark.
Hi there.
Andrea, we can hear you. Greetings, welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening. I said with some of the other candidates, thank you for putting yourself in the arena and stepping up. Public service is never easy. With that said, you are in the appointment process for filling the Ward 4 seat the term will end on December 5th, 2022. At this time, you're invited to give a 7-minute presentation to the City Council. You do not have to use all 7 minutes, but you're invited to use up to 7 minutes. After that, the council will go through and ask you a series of questions. And at the end of that process, you'll be put back into the attendee area. If I can be of any help and answer any questions along the way, please ask. With that said, please state your name and address as you start your presentation to the council.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Bopp Stark, and I live at 26 Lewis Lane. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak with you today. I do live at Lewis Lane, like I said, with my husband, Dylan, who is an artist, and we have 2 kids who are college age. They're in college. They both attended Saco schools throughout the years, and my daughter just graduated from Thornton this past spring. I grew up in Portland, but I moved to Saco about 12 years ago. First 11 years, I worked at Muller Law. I was an attorney there with Jim Muller. I helped Mainers struggling financially. I helped residents who were abused and harassed by debt collectors, those who needed help to defend against foreclosure and save their homes. I now work with a national entity, the National Consumer Law Center, and I'm an attorney there. We have a national focus of helping consumers on a state and federal level with policies and advocacies to help consumers who are harmed financially by collectors and lenders. Representative Copeland came to me about a month ago and asked if I might consider putting my hat in the ring for the counselor position. And I thought about it, and I asked her why me, and she was very adamant that she wanted a woman to step up and put in an application, and she wanted somebody with similar values and experience. And I realized that I could use what I've learned over these 20 plus years advocating for low-income consumers to help people right here at home, right here in my own town. And there are many reasons why I want to be city councilor and think that I would do a good job as a councilor, but I'll just highlight 3 in no particular order for you now. First, people are struggling. The pandemic has hit families really hard, whether they've lost a job, they're sick, they're caring for somebody sick, they have to go to a high-risk job, or they're trying to juggle going to work with ensuring their kids are getting online schooling. It's just very overwhelming for families right now. And they're struggling financially, physically, mentally. There are resources available on the federal and state level, and I'd love to work with the city to let residents know what those resources are and to connect them with those resources. I know Saco has a very strong infrastructure and history of residents helping residents in times of need, especially our seniors. I'd like to tap into that network and help our neighbors help each other, connect volunteers to residents. One thing that I've heard is happening in another community nationally is online tutoring. So I thought perhaps maybe we could connect with Thornton Academy and the National Honor Society students there who have to provide a certain amount of community service every year. Perhaps they would dedicate their community service to providing online tutoring for students who are struggling in our middle schools and our elementary schools. This online schooling is very different and very challenging. Parents and teachers are making Herculean efforts to make it work, but there are a lot of students falling behind. It's hard for them to focus, to engage. It's hard for parents to make sure that they are involved. And so if we can provide some free online tutoring for these students, I think that could be really helpful. So that's just one idea I have of connecting neighbors with neighbors and helping each other out, whether it's, you know, with a ride, a meal, or just someone to talk to. We can help each other. And I'd like to be part of the system that's already in place in Saco that does that for our seniors and connect families to do that. Second, Saco has record growth in the last 20 years. And we have these great subdivisions. We have these beautiful homes. But we need to have a balance. I know that Saco will continue to attract people and attract growth, which is very good and a positive thing. But we need to be thoughtful about how we do that and how we expand. And that's why I'm really excited about the proposed long-range planning committee. I'd like to be a part of that. I am a big proponent of income integrated housing, meaning that when a development is built, when there's new buildings going in, new housing going in, we look at an array of income levels that people can have access to that housing. So we have the large, beautiful $500,000 homes, but in that same neighborhood, we also have smaller single family homes or condos or even rental apartments within the same community. Studies have shown that if you integrate income levels, people with different jobs from different ways of life, it does provide a stronger community and a sense of community amongst the neighbors. So I'd like to explore that and see if that can fit into Saco's plan as well. And see how we might create a more cohesive and supportive community that way. And finally, the environment, number 3. I want to support and expand on Representative Copeland's green space proposals. She's done an amazing job with that. And I'm an avid hiker, beach walker, biker, rollerblader, whatever is outdoors. I love doing it. I'd love to continue with that. It is one of the things that attracts people to Saco. We have, I consider, the best beach in the state. We've got beautiful trails. We've got a great transit system. We've got great transportation to Boston. We're near Portland. We've got a great Main Street. It's just a very attractive city. And if we can build up that infrastructure, help with the green space, I think we're going to attract even more people. We also, you know, a huge issue is the Camp Ellis problem. And I want to work with Representative Copeland. I know one of the reasons she is going to the State House is because of that, to get funding and to get support, to figure out what the best option is for that area, and to work with the state and the Army Corps to figure out a solution for that problem. Thank you.
With 12 seconds to spare, thank you very much.
All right.
At this moment in time, we will ask the councilors that to have questions. Councilor Archer,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I coming up as red?
you are coming up as red. Do you want us to move on to
Merry
another
Christmas
council?
to anybody who celebrates Christmas. Give me 1 second. I'm going to stop and see if that's the issue. Yep.
You're
There we
back.
go. Back. Perfect. Somehow my screen turned red. I've never seen that before. All right. Thank you, Andrea. Sorry about that quick little technical glitch, but in a COVID world, I think we're all becoming used to that. My first 3 questions, again, they're the same. I like to have consistency, and I think in the sense of fairness to all the people who are being considered. How would your colleagues, friends, or neighbors describe you, and what would your opponents say about you?
So I had some neighbors submit letters, like they said, compassionate, friendly, and I am. I mean, I like to say hi to my neighbors. That's why we moved into a neighborhood instead of a multi-acre lot, because I like to have neighbors. I like to be people. I'm a people person. I'm an extrovert, and I like to wave to them as I go by, and I like to see if they need anything or just say hi. So I think they would probably find me friendly and engaging and compassionate. Opponents, well, I've had many opponents on the other side of legal cases, banks, lenders, credit card companies, and they probably would say that I am professional, mature, but ruthless, and dedicated and passionate. And see, I have an advantage over the other two, and it's probably not fair because I knew your question, so I've been thinking about it.
Yes, well, that does happen.
Admittedly, that was a pretty well-rehearsed answer.
But I also give a little bit of credence to those who, especially our first candidates, who had no clue what the questions were. So answers go a little stronger. Everybody else has time to prepare. I recognize that too. So let me just make sure. Many of the candidates submitting for consideration for the Ward 4 seat have various professional and community service backgrounds. What makes you best stand out to serve Ward 4 and Saco residents?
So I think my whole career has focused on helping people, helping low-income folks who are struggling financially, and really figuring out how to work with the whole client and address the needs of the client, not just what they come in to see me about. And it's probably similar when you have constituents complaining to you about an issue. It's probably not just about that pinpoint issue. There are probably a myriad of issues they're struggling with. And so it's parsing through those and helping figure out really what does this person need? What does the community need as a whole? Was there a second part? Sorry.
Just what makes you best stand out. I think.
So I can do that. I can do that.
So the last question, reveal something about yourself that you did not identify when addressing the council.
Well, I submitted my resume and a letter and all of that. You can see all of that. But I guess one thing that I've done that I'm happy that I did was with another parent. The two of us were instrumental in forming the TA Biddeford girls hockey team. So before, the girls would play on the boys team, and that was their only option. And so another dad and I got very involved and made it happen so that they could play with Biddeford. And now I guess it's TA Biddeford and Wells. And so they have a pretty vibrant girls hockey team.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Purdy?
No questions.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Stark. My question, and you touched on this, as you stated in your application that you are interested in exploring affordable housing options for the city. I'd like you to please expand on that idea and tell us ideally what that would look like if it came to fruition in Saco.
So I don't have a planning background, but I would like to be involved in that. I have, in my work, I do a lot of housing advocacy, and I've read a lot of studies that show that in order to avoid gentrification of cities that are experiencing huge growth, it's important to integrate different economic levels within communities. And so when you have a new development, a certain percentage of that development can be affordable housing, and not subsidized housing. There is a difference. It would be just affordable housing that maybe a first-time home buyer could afford, or rental housing that a family could move into and afford. So I admittedly don't have a background in the planning piece of that, but I want to learn and I want to be part of that process.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, and also as a question by itself, when it comes to development, whether it's economic or residential, there's a vocal group of residents of Saco that are of the, shall we say, not in my backyard mindset when it comes to growth. How will you, if you are a member of council, approach such an attitude if you know whether whatever issue that you are supporting is for the betterment of the city as a whole?
So it's a very valid concern, the NIMBY concern, because when cities start putting up affordable housing in their own towers, that's when that happens. So that is when it happens most, is when you put affordable housing here and wealthy housing here by the ocean and middle income housing here. And so by integrating it all, you don't have a NIMBY situation. You don't have a not in my backyard situation. You have a community coming together to support each other.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Councilor Minthorn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In line with my earlier questions, based on committees and prep for council and all that, this week's packet was 406 pages. Serving on multiple committees, I mean, you could see 10, 15 hours a week easily being needed to cover all the bases here on council. Is that something you feel that within your current practice would be easily accommodated, or would it be a challenge, or what are your thoughts there?
So I knew generally what the commitment was. That was one of my first questions for Representative Copeland, because I do have a demanding job, but my kids are out of the house now, and I do have time in the evenings and I have time on the weekends. And yes, I wouldn't have put my hat in the ring if I didn't think that I could manage the time commitment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor McPhail?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Andrea, and thank you for coming on and putting your hat in for this. As Lynn probably stated to you, and I'm not sure if you, but I am a huge advocate for community volunteerism. One of the things that I strive for is being out in the community and not just sitting behind our meetings once a week. It sounds like you are a huge advocate for your clients, and everything that you have spoken to revolved around your work. What community volunteer efforts have you been able to do or would like to look forward to doing, being able to represent not only your ward, but the council as a whole?
It's a great question. So as far as community involvement and volunteer efforts, I was very involved in the schools when my kids were in grade school and middle school. I volunteered at the schools. I volunteered with the Little League and with softball Little League and fall ball and all of those recreational options for kids. I've done many of the walks and runs that we have here in Saco, and particularly dedicated to the Hugs for Haley event, or Hugs from Haley now event every year. And Haley's a friend of my daughter's, and so that's a very special event. But I would like to, and I did that Cranksgiving, that was fun. I'd like to get more involved in that, get our community moving, and maybe do more with the bike and ped group around that, and do maybe some walks or bikes or some more active community involvement. And like I said, I'd love to be able to connect, to try and connect residents who have a skill or time or ability to help others who are really struggling right now, like the tutoring program I mentioned.
Great, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. So I've been sticking to the same questions, but if it's all right, I'm going to switch them up just because I feel as though you've kind of answered most of them in your statements already. I feel I have a good understanding of where you're coming from. So if that's all right with you, I was going to ask two different. Okay. So again, I like a lot what I'm hearing about when it comes to housing and income inequality. So if you were not selected, do you intend to still stay actively involved, perhaps maybe even being on that long range planning committee?
Yes.
Excellent. And then
Not a good answer. No, yes, definitely. You know, honestly, before Representative Copeland approached me about this, I didn't really know what I could get involved in, and I wasn't sure how I could get involved. And now that I know, I want to be on the long range planning. I want to be on that bike ped committee. You know, I still will be involved even if you don't put me on the council.
Okay, that's good to hear, because again, I think we have an excellent pool of candidates here.
I agree.
And so I hope everybody really will try to be involved. And then the last question is one that was asked of many counselors at one of our past meetings, and I just like the question. So if you received $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
Well, so I'm a person who doesn't immediately jump into something. I would need to do the research. So I would need to talk to all the community groups and find out what is the most pressing need in the city, and try and talk to the residents and the leaders of our city to find out what are the needs of our community and how can we best use this money. I don't know that answer. I know some things that are dear to my heart and passionate to my heart, as far as affordable, sustainable, secure housing, and making sure people have that. That is one of my passions. But I don't know if that would be the best use of this money on the immediate front. So I would have to figure out what that was by talking to the community and the leaders in the community.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. And with that, that concludes the round of questioning from the City Council. Andrea, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for putting your hat in the arena and taking the time to give us a presentation and answer questions. With that, I'm going to put you down into the attendee pool and encourage you to stick around until the conclusion.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Don Pylon. Greetings and welcome, Mr. Pylon. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for putting your name in for contention for Ward 4 appointee. At this time, you'll be offered the opportunity to present to the City Council. You'll be given a time limit of 7 minutes to provide your comments to the Council. At the conclusion of that, Council will be asking you questions. There'll be one round of questions per Councilor. And then at the conclusion of that, you'll be put back into the attendee pool. So with that, you have 7 minutes. Please identify yourself and your address for the record. And begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I'm Don Pylon from 16 Glen Haven Circle, and Mayor Doyle and City Council members. I'm glad to be here tonight, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about this position for Ward 4 Councilor. As a footnote, I'd just like to say I'm very happy to see that so many people came out and applied for this Ward 4 Councilor seat. As you know, in the past, it's been very difficult to have members come forward and run for whether it be council seats or school board. But I'm very pleased to see so many candidates step forward and run for this position. I got a little problem with my lighting, a little bright tonight. But be that as it may, I'm listening to the candidate speak about the potential candidate speak about the position, and I'm really wondering if they understand what their duties and responsibilities might be. So I'd like to just read a couple things that the candidates, if they become the council member, will have to, the responsibilities and duties are. And one might be pass ordinances and resolutions, regulate land use through zoning laws, communicate policies and programs to residents, respond to constituent needs and complaints, and represent the community to other levels of government. Those are the important responsibilities and duties of a council person. Having been involved in politics for 12 years now, I know that it's very, very important job to sit back, make laws, make policy, but the greatest responsibility is constituent services. When someone calls and says, my street is flooded, and what do I do? Having the answer or getting the street unflooded for that constituent, that's the biggest responsibility of this position. My knowledge from a state and from a local perspective is invaluable. In light of the fact that Camp Ellis has had this reoccurring problem with the jetty, and it's truly been 20, 30 years that this problem has existed, and it appears that you're on the brink of making some significant gains with the Army Corps of Engineers and the federal government. You need to be applauded for your effort, but don't forget of all the people in the past and all the other mayors and city councils and congressional delegations that have worked on this in the past and has pushed this forward to where you are today. They have done enormous work, especially Congressman Tom Allen, who got the original appropriation for you for the city of Saco. So it's very important not to forget all the people in the past that have brought this to where it is today. As a former state representative, my connections in the State House, not only with current state representatives and state senators and governor's office, but also with the department heads is invaluable to the city of Saco. Having the ability to go up to the State House, and whether it's the Commissioner of Education or the Commissioner of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, being able to get an appointment with them and sit down with them is invaluable. And sitting down and talking to them about getting school funding. We don't, maybe you guys know, but I don't know where we are with Young School. I know we're on the list and we're close to the top, but it would be invaluable to have me as be on the council and be able to go to the State House and sit down with them. They know me because of my 8 years in the State House. Also, my relationship with Senator Collins and Senator King and Shelley Pingree. I've worked with them on legislation for the Maine Association of Realtors. I'm on the Maine Association of Realtors Legislative Committee. I'm in the State House 2 or 3 times a month, supporting legislation for the Maine Association of Realtors. So I'm a familiar face at the State House. In reference to Ward 4, there are a number of issues that I see as very positive. One of the issues that I had recommended when I was mayor was to try to create a micro economy down there and have a farmer's market with the fishermen when they came in with their catch, and having farmers from the other side of town bring their vegetables and set them up in the center of Camp Ellis and create a small farmer's market, especially in the summer, because there's a lot of people in Camp Ellis, whether they're just driving around, and if you promote it properly, you'll drive more traffic into Camp Ellis. The trolley has been very successful. It's now a seasonal trolley. It's taking people that want to go see the fireworks on Thursday night. They get in the trolley, they go over there, they don't have to drive. They have a few drinks, they don't have to worry about driving, and they come back home. So it's obviously successful because the bus company is running it every summer. Again, that's taking people from Old Orchard Beach and running them back and forth from Camp Ellis over to Old Orchard Beach. Very successful program. The other thing that I wanted to put before you is a fishing tournament, and it's I want to call it I've Got the Blues. The I've Got the Blues is a fishing tournament for kids and parents to sit out on the jetty. You can work with the bait shop down in Camp Ellis and work with Saco Bay and Tackle up on Route 1, provide fishing rods and fishing equipment for children and their families to go out on the jetty in the summer and do a fishing tournament. And then have food trucks in the parking lot for sandwiches and food and coffee or whatever, and make a whole day out of it. You could do a weekend with it, but at least it will drive more traffic down into Camp Ellis. And maybe some people will come in and start, noticing that we've got a few dilapidated properties down there, and how can we dress them up and make Camp Ellis a destination? It's not a destination now, but it could be a little micro economy. The last thing is,
Mr. Pylon, your 7 minutes is up. If you could just finish your statement.
Okay. Having been in Saco as the Saco mayor, I've done the budget. I've worked with the town departments. I have no learning curve. If you decide to allow me to come in as the council Ward 4 councilor, there's no learning curve with me. I know the budget. I've done the budget, and I know the people in the community. My last word is, Ward 4 is not just a neighborhood. It's not just a part of the town. It's the whole ward. It's from Old Orchard Road to Camp Ellis and over to Old Orchard Beach and over here off of Ferry Road. It doesn't encompass just the neighborhood. It's all the people. So we have to represent all the people fairly and equally. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, you will get several questions from the council, and that is first from Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don, how's it going? I'm going to ask you the exact same 3 questions. Keep it consistent. How would your colleagues, friends, or neighbors describe you, and what would your opponents say about you?
I'm a workaholic, and people get emails from me at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And my neighbors would probably say I'm meticulous because I'm cutting the grass or raking leaves or making sure I wash my cars at home all the time. So I'm a very meticulous person.
Okay, thank you. Second question. Many of the candidates submitting for consideration for the Ward 4 seat have various professional and community service backgrounds. What makes you stand out to best serve Ward 4 in Saco's residents?
Again, based on my background and all the having served in as mayor, but also having served in the legislature, I have knocked on every door in Ward 4 5 times. I know this neighborhood intimately. I know this not only, not neighborhood. I know this area intimately. I know these people. They know me. They still call me occasionally. People will still call me occasionally and ask me for advice. So not only in Ward 4, but the whole town, I still get calls. But again, I've knocked on these doors 5 times in 5 elections. So they know me intimately and I know them.
Okay, thank you. The last question, reveal something about yourself that you did not identify when addressing the council.
I'm a very compassionate guy. I'm the president of Biddeford Saco Rotary Club, and they do very good community service work. And I joined them because of the work they do. They do work here in the community. Right now, we're buying gifts for underserved children in the Biddeford Saco area for families that perhaps wouldn't be able to put presents under the tree. And I really like that kind of work. And so that's the kind of thing that I like. And I'm a compassionate guy. If I see somebody that needs a hand up or a lift up, I'm right there.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Purdy?
No questions.
Thank you, Councilor Purdy. Councilor Gunn?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Minthorn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don, one of the things I ask Mr. Berman, and I'll ask you as well, since all three of us have lost elections as well as won them, what is an important lesson you learned from having lost an election?
I always look on the positive side. I've learned that losing is not. I just learned a lot about myself. Maybe I didn't work as hard as I should have, and maybe the other candidate was a better candidate than me. I just see it as an opportunity to improve myself and make adjustments in my life.
Great, thank you. I know you understand the time constraints and the decision-making required of the position, so I won't ask those questions and yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor McPhail?
All set. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Councilor Johnston?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Mr. Pylon, thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you for your presentation to council and putting yourself in the arena. At this time, I'm going to put you back into the attendee and encourage you to stick around for the council's conclusion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Up next is Betty Brunswick. Betty, good evening. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you for putting your name in a contention for the appointment of Ward 4 City Councilor. Please know that the term for this will conclude on December 5th, 2022. And at this time, it's an opportunity where you'll be provided 7 minutes to provide a presentation to council on why you're the best candidate for the position. Following the 7 minutes, council will be given the opportunity to ask you questions, and you can begin when you're ready. Please start by stating your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mayor Doyle. I'm Betty Brunswick, and I live at 11 Old Orchard Road here in Saco. I'd like to thank the council for considering me as a candidate for Ward 4. I'm actually been very impressed with your 2020 strategic goal setting process. The focus areas ensure the future success of Saco. And I agreed with Kevin Roach's comment that for Ward 4 in particular, the focus areas of growth and environment and the environment are very important when considering Ward 4. I've been a strong advocate for the revitalization and sustainability efforts of Camp Ellis region in my capacity as a member of the comp plan update, marketing, and market analysis teams. I'm not on the SOS Saco Bay group, but I follow them on Facebook. So I know where they're at and what they're doing. In my previous iteration on the city council, I'd like to think that I was focused on all wards in my term. During that time, I really worked hard to make sure that we had a good, diverse tax base. I'm one of the original members of the Saco for Sensible Taxes group, and that's what really got me involved in Saco to the point where going for a city council seat in 2013 made an awful lot of sense for me. Let's see. My involvement in the past several years on the comp plan update committee, the zoning update committee, and the marketing plan has, I think, really brought me a lot of knowledge for this council position this time around. And my involvement in the Economic Development Commission, I really honed my knowledge of tax increment financing as well. And I'm very pleased at what our Planning and Economic Development Department has grown to be when we consider these types of things. Before I turn it over for your questions, I do have a question for you, and maybe you can answer this, Mr. Mayor. What committees is the Ward 4 councilor a liaison to? I would like to know that.
The current committees that Councilor Copeland was assigned to, now Representative Copeland, was the Saco Shoreline Commission, the Coastal Waters Commission, the Bike Ped Committee, the Conservation Commission, the Parks and Rec Commission, and I may be missing one, but that's what I remember off the top of my head. However, committee assignments will be reviewed and possibly up for moving around on the 14th, depending on the appointment of one of the candidates.
Great, and that was going to be my next question for you all too. Thank you for answering those, and I'll turn it over to the council.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, the council will ask you questions. We'll begin with Councilor Archer.
Hi, Betty. I'm going to be asking the same 3 questions. How would your colleagues, friends, or neighbors describe you, and what would you say your opponents? What would your opponents say about you?
I'd say kind, creative, and helpful are three defining characteristics of myself. And as far as an opponent goes, I would think they'd be fair to me and like to say that I didn't burn any bridges with them. I like to keep good contacts because you never know when you'll need their advice or their help in something in the future.
All right, thank you. Many of the candidates submitting for consideration for the Ward 4 seat have various professional, community service backgrounds. What makes you stand out to best serve Ward 4 and its residents?
All right. I never left my passion and involvement in duties here in Saco. I went right to helping the Saco Main Street organization. As some of you might recall, I was instrumental in helping the Bridge 2025 document come to fruition, which was a kind of a visioning component of Saco. And I thought that document was perfect for helping the Main Street organization kind of renew itself. And was definitely a big part of doing that and hiring our current executive director, Rob Biggs. He's been a fantastic asset to the downtown organization. Some of the things that I didn't put on my little resume that I sent in was that I'm also on the advisory committee for the Center of Technology in Biddeford. So I have that connection with the children. And of course, I enjoy being the chair of the Holiday Festival and the Parade of Lights every year. I was very sad that this didn't happen this year, but look forward to keep doing that in certain other years to come.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, reveal something about yourself that you have not identified when addressing the council.
Oh, well, some of you might know, I'm not sure. I have a black belt in Shotokan, and I've taught self-defense classes for women. That said, I'm very proactive. So anytime I have an awareness of something that needs attention, I put my hands on it.
All right. Well, I've known you for about 4 years when I was serving on the board of Saco Main Street as well, and I never knew that about you. So thank you for sharing that. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Purdy?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Brunswick, I just have one question, more of a policy question. But since your time on the council, you have witnessed, as all of us have, the continued growth in the city. However, affordability to live here is often only discussed in the prism of young families or our senior citizens. What measures, if any, would you support to allow single working class people to be able to continue to afford to live in Saco? Thank you.
Great. Well, being on the zoning update committee and having been on the comprehensive plan update committee, I can tell you that growing the density in our downtown is one good way to have more affordable housing units that are smaller be in the downtown. It's very attractive for your younger folks who are just entering the workforce to have a place to live and be part of the walkable community here in Saco. And also, I'm on the transit committee, so the bus system, which has made great improvements, would be very attractive, I think, to afford without having a car in the downtown, that type of livable environment.
Thank you, Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Councilor Minthorn?
In the interest of time, I'll pass since I know Ms. Brunswick knows the job real well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor McPhail?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Johnston?
No questions at this time.
Thank you very much. At this time, Councilor Johnston, your hand is up? No? Okay.
By mistake.
Betty, thank you very much for joining us. And again, thank you for stepping up and putting your name forward and stepping into the arena again. And at this moment in time, we'll put
Thank
you
you.
back as an attendee and encourage you to stay on until the conclusion.
All right.
At this moment in time, we'll be promoting Perry Carpenter. Greetings, Perry, and thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
At this moment, we'll be going through the process. Thank you for putting your name forward for consideration to the Award 4 appointment. The process will be as follows. You will be given 7 minutes to provide comments to the City Council. And then at the conclusion of the 7 minutes, the Council will be given an opportunity to ask you questions. Following that, you'll be placed back into the attendee. But prior to that, please state your name and address for the record, and you can begin your 7-minute presentation at any time.
Thank you very much, Mayor Doyle and council members. My name is Perry Ann Carpenter. I live on 2 Lower Beach Road in Saco. It's actually on half of my street is on Ferry Beach and half of it's in Camp Ellis. So I have the best of both worlds down here. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share how excited I am to be considered for the recently vacated Ward 4 council position. It's been a thought of mine for many years and the timing has never been right, but this is perfect timing for me. As a resident of Ward 4 for 60 years, yes, I just gave away my age, I've seen so many changes in the community. I can remember the playgrounds down here in the parking lot in the church area. I can remember having summer programs for Saco Parks and Recreation. We had so many different community events, boat parades, bike parades, just a lot of good community involvement. The Ladies Auxiliary, one of my great memories, is hosting the Mayfair right at the City Chamber Council. And our parents sewed our own costumes. We braided the maypole. We went out, picked mayflowers back before a lot of the remote areas. And we actually delivered them to the seniors in our area. Those were the days of working together as a community. I can go on and on about all the events, and I'd like to see more of those events happen. And I'm very happy to see Saco Main Street doing such a great job to bring those events back into our community. The history alone is enough that we have so many local authors that have written books and tales that we've heard from our own elders. My favorite is the Dummy Railroad. I've gone down behind midges and actually looked for the tracks and understanding the history and doing a school project on it. Those are more of the things that I'd like to see happen in the community as well. I guess the idea to get more involved in the communities was when I stood on Riverside Avenue with my dad years ago during a nor'easter. The ocean had took a house away, and it was very devastating. And to see the look in my father's eyes as he just finished renovating that house, it was really hard. And then the worst part was after the storm, when we walked around to see, there was many other houses devastated by that storm. In talking with my parents about this, I realized that my Nana and Papa both had a home where the jetty is right now. And so there's so many more properties that we've missed because of this erosion property. So that's one of my main goals too, is to continue that work with the Shoreline Commission's SOS and to come up with a solution. We all know that there's many storms to come unless we deal with this problem. I knew that was 50 years ago that was something that, you know, we needed to deal with in this community. So one of my goals is going to remain active with the citizens and to see that the changes can be made to protect our property, to protect the tourism in this area. I've worked many jobs in the city of Saco. I started out breading clams at Wormwood's restaurant because my uncle said I had the fingers for it. I also learned to make sandwiches by the best at Vacant. I really appreciate those days. I've worked in the Saco school system, and one of my greatest rewards was working for Saco Parks and Recreation with Sue Spath. At this time, she recommended me to a group that Mayor Cody had formed, the first Saco Community Activities Committee. That was my first real community event with the city. And we had so much fun putting on activities, but it was activities for all ages to bring the community together during times of ups and downs. I want to see, like I said, I want to see more of that happen. At 18, I joined the Camp Ellis Beach Volunteer Fire Department Ladies Auxiliary. Everybody did in this community. It was, you know, in the family. And we did a lot of fundraising to help with the fire department. We purchased their turnout gear and equipment and had our turkey dinners and all the good events to help out. So it was one of those things where the alarm went off and our families and friends responded to the fires and throughout the whole city. The ladies responded as well. We served coffee, cold drinks, and sandwiches, and we also provided assistance to the families affected by the fires. Our community came together for many other reasons too. We were there and supported each other during the loss of our loved ones, our children getting married, as well as a new child into the family. Again, we did it because we were like family down here, and that's what family does, helping each other. I'm very much a people person. I'm a helper, and I was raised to help each other through the ups and downs, and I hope that's one of the qualities that I can offer with the city and Ward 4. I know I don't have a lot of political experience, but I'm a hard worker and I'm willing to learn. I was asking a previous director at my employer to become a mobility manager. There was only 3 in the state of Maine. It was a task that I had to research and develop. I created a job description after talking with many people, including the director of the National Center of Mobility Management, and we made it happen. And I've since then been asked to help many others throughout the state develop mobility managers in their communities. I like to share what I've done, and I've got to travel through many of the states in sharing what I have done. One of the other projects I helped create with the same director was the Transit Angel Project. That was the first of its kind in this area. We provided transportation to those in need. And the transportation passes were donated by local businesses in our communities, and therefore we donated them to organizations that were in need, including our own general assistance program in the city of Saco, and a lot towards the aging community. The project helped residents break down the financial barriers that they had as to why they couldn't get a job, why they couldn't get medical treatment, why they couldn't go to the doctor's office. We also assisted with them getting to school, furthering their education, and even to work. So part of the project was to help with workforce transportation in our Tri-City community. I'm a major advocate for that. I want to see people succeed. We have a lot of businesses and we just need to help with transportation. So we've worked with businesses to help provide that workforce transportation need. Also, as being a daughter of an aging parent. I want to help our aging community age in place, which is very difficult. So I became active with the Tri-City Aging Transportation Program. I've worked with talented people such as Jean Saunders, who's been a big help in getting transportation needs met. We have a long ways to go, but we will get there. So being a counselor in Ward 4, I would continue to listen to our residents. I want to be involved with the city services, including public safety, parks and recreation, public works, school department. And I also will work very closely with the mayor and you all, the councilors. I also want to help with any committees and wherever I could be of use. I've recently been appointed to the Shoreline Commission, which is something that's near and dear to me. So I enjoy working with that along with the SOS committee. Some of my goals include being more active with those committees and taking on some other committees. I want to ensure that our shoreline remains a priority list to preserve our tourism in this area with our Saco residents. Also, I'd like to be a voice for all the residents of all ages in Ward 4. I would be very much honored to be considered for this position. Like I said, I have 60 years in this community, lived here all my life. I don't plan on moving, and I look forward to being able to work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Perian. At this time, we're going to open it up for questions from the City Council. And first up is Councilor Archer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perian, same three questions to you. How would your colleagues, friends, or neighbors describe you, and what would you say your opponents would say about you?
So I have a good repertoire with a lot of people in this area, and I think one of the most things that comes out when I ask people to describe me or write a letter of reference, it's usually the fact that I am caring, I'm empathetic. I love helping other people. I love being involved with organizations that help others. I also have a vested interest because, you know, we are of the aging society. So like I said, I want to work with helping people age in place, and that includes transportation. People, like I said, I'd rather keep my enemies closer. So you never know. It's kind of like Betty said, you never know when you might need them down the road somewhere. So I tend to try to agree to disagree with everybody and hopes that as a teamwork, we can make things help and work better and help our communities stay strong.
Thank you. Second question. Many of the candidates submitting for consideration for Ward 4 seat have various professional and community service backgrounds. What makes you stand out to best serve Ward 4 and Saco's residents?
I think a lot of it is just I have a vested interest. After being 60 years in this community, I have a big interest in the city of Saco and also the Camp Ellis community. I have seen how devastated these storms have been to the residents down here, as well as how it's affected the businesses. And so I would say that I would want to keep that going as long as possible and try to build up some of the tourism down in Camp Ellis right now.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, can you reveal something about yourself that you did not identify when addressing the council?
Thank you. I guess one of the things that a lot of people don't know about me is that I am I've been trained in human trafficking. A lot of people say, why would you do that? Human trafficking, that's in the bigger cities. We have human trafficking in our own city right now, and I don't think people are aware how serious it is. And working in the transportation, that's how I stumbled upon human trafficking courses. I attended a conference in Arizona, and the gal that spoke there just piqued my interest, and I was actually certified last year to be a trainer for human trafficking program.
Okay, thank you, Perian. I am aware of the human trafficking in Maine as a social worker, and I did not know that about you, so thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Purdy?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Gunn?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Councilor Minthorn?
Thank you, Mayor. Perry, and I know your demands at Shuttle Bus have been many, and with that, is there 10 to 15 hours a week in your schedule for council? I know this week we had 406 pages of reading to get ready for tonight. That's kind of toward the high end of the curve, but needless to say, there is a lot of time involved when you add in the committees and everything else.
At this time, I absolutely positively do not see it being a conflict. I enjoy my coffee in the morning with my two little puppies, and that's the perfect time for me to get caught up because we're early risers. I don't know if you've heard the dump trucks at 6 o'clock in the morning, but I'm actually, when the birds start singing, I'm out there. So no, I actually look forward to adding more responsibilities to my life, and I'm ready for that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor McPhail.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. First, Perry Ann, again, thank you for coming forward and throwing your name into the hat, so to speak. With your background in transportation, how do you feel about transportation options in the city of Saco, and what do you believe is needed to change or to improve them, or if they're fine, then that's good too. Thank you.
I think the city of Saco is in, as well as Biddeford Saco Old Orchard Beach Transit are in a great position right now, with the hub being located right at the Saco Transportation Center. That has opened up many doors and opportunities, with the mill buildings being changed into apartments and stuff like that. It's kind of like it's given us the opportunity, those that don't want to drive, for them to be able to hop on a bus, hop on a train. I mean, our connections, now that the Zoom is expanding with our new buses, they're beautiful, they're gorgeous. But I think the opportunity is there for us to have that, as long as we can still continue to receive the funding and the grants for that, that we can be more consistent in getting those people to businesses. I mean, COVID has been a really horrible thing, but we have been working with Maine Health and UNE, and we've been helping out with getting those frontline workers to work. Like Alan and a few others have said, our ridership is down a little bit, but we also got to take into consideration, not everybody is back to work yet. There's a lot of people working remotely. But I think the way that transit is going right now and the way the city is going, we have great opportunities to provide the housing and transportation for those who want to work in that big city environment. We're getting very close to it, and I see great things coming within the future.
Thank you. I know you're very passionate about people and community. And so I guess I would ask, what's one thing that comes, first to mind of how you would try to improve the community and help people?
Well, I have to say there's not just one thing, because I see many things with different age groups. So my mom's 91. She's aging in place, and we're trying to work with that. I enjoyed my work with Jean Saunders in trying to help with people with transportation for the elderly, because our buses can't go everywhere. And there's still some, what they consider that last mile in getting people back home. I also see where our students are struggling because of being at home with the COVID, and like Andrea had mentioned, the tutoring and the help that the families need, because these parents can't work. I also see people in our age that are looking into having to age in place. And I think as a city that we could all work together to help make sure those pieces all fit in there, so everybody can stay in this community, because it is a great community. I mean, I've been here 60 years. I know other people that have done the same. I think we just need some tweaking, and I think we can make that happen. As far as the coast, yeah, I'm very passionate about the ocean. You don't mess with Mother Nature, and she can be a force at sometimes, so it's just like, what are we going to do to protect the people that own the property down here and to get that tourism back into place? I mean, we used to have 2 restaurants, a store, another little mini cafe, gift shops. We need to bring that back. We need to get that life back into this community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. At this time, the round of questions from the council is concluded. Perry, again, thank you very much for your time tonight. Thank you very much for your participation and throwing your hat into the arena for the city council. I invite you to stick around for the conclusion, and I'll just put you back into the attendee portion.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Sandra Bastille. Sandra Bastille.
Unless she's the call-in.
Council, I do not see an Andrea Bastille in the attendee. Just so you know, the city has called and left a voicemail for Sandra on the letter of interest that she provided. If anyone is in the audience in the attendee list that is Sandra Bastille by another name or by a phone number, please use the raise hand feature of the Zoom platform so you can be identified. Council, I don't see anybody seeking recognition and nobody's on the call. At this point, is it acceptable to move forward? I don't hear any objections. So we're going to move forward, given that the opportunity was given to all the candidates to participate, and those candidates took the opportunity to do so. With that said, we will now move on to the round 3, which is council discussion. This is an opportunity for you, council, to decide amongst yourselves and discuss amongst yourselves the qualities and qualifications of the candidates that you are considering appointing to the Ward 4 seat.
Well, somebody has to start it off.
Councilor Minthorn.
So I'm very happy that we got to see so many great people from Ward 4 step up and throw their name in the arena. So it's a very good thing. I think several are worthy of our consideration. I think some others may best be served in future committee assignments to maybe gain a little more knowledge of the role and the interactions that council has versus committee work versus helping their community in that manner. So with that, I'll let it go and see who else wants to contribute.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To start off, I do find this, let's just say, pleasantly uncomfortable. This is a very strange, I've interviewed people for jobs before, but typically I'm not interviewing my future colleague. I did consider this an interview for a position, but it's an appointment, but it's to be a fellow counselor in an elected position. I find myself considering 3 applicants at this time. I'm not going to mention them at this part in the discussion, but when I started to think of the applicants who presented, how they answered the questions, what they have, is I look at a myriad of experience, and I look at experience as professional experience, education as experience, nonprofit community service as experience. I definitely believe that when a candidate presented themselves is what have they done for Saco prior to submitting this, because this is very unique. I consider myself as I'm choosing who represents Ward 4. Again, that's where I have this general discomfort. So again, when I'm looking at it, I look at experience. The next part is when I'm looking at a team, again, I have respect for all my fellow counselors. I do feel I get along with you. We make decisions together. Sometimes I disagree. Sometimes I do agree. But in the end, I do think that we have a great working relationship. So when I'm looking at a team, the dynamics, group dynamics, I'm looking at this team. So I need to make sure that this person fits in well. And again, I saw 3 distinct that met experience, and also I think that I could work with. And again, it's very unique that we're doing this, but again, I just wanted to have you in the public understand that, one, for me, this is very uncomfortable, but I read the charter and this is what we have to do. I looked to just try to redefine what the word term meant. I looked into various different ways to see how we wouldn't be choosing in the end, especially with our legal expertise, opinion, my apologies. With our legal opinion, I could not find that out to go the route of voting. So again, we're choosing. I'm looking for someone who's going to best fit Saco through their experiences, and I defined what experience means to me and how they fit in with this council. So I am at 3 at this point, but I'll give it to the floor, and I'll chip in later as well.
Thank you, Councilor Archer.
Thank you.
Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilor Archer. This is really not a pleasant feeling. I mean, I think I've indicated that from the beginning. I am very pleased to see the quality of applicants we've had. I mean, I really believe pretty much all of them, are qualified to be on city council. I mean, I dare to say that the level of scrutiny is probably, more than any of us received when we actually ran for the seat. So there's that. And ultimately, I hope that nobody feels alienated by this, and I hope that they will try to participate in other ways, when we make a decision. I too am kind of leaning towards, 3 right now that I consider really strong candidates that have kind of shown the understanding of, what's really required of a city councilor. Because there's a lot, and undoubtedly there's going to be some learning on the job. But I think, we probably are kind of obligated for the residents of Ward 4 to choose someone that's going to be able to come in and pretty quickly, take this by the reins and move forward. So anybody else got anything to say? Please do.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In agreement with everybody so far, the same thing. I've got, I would say 2, my top 2. We do have an amazing list of people, and I'm glad that there were so many community members willing to step up to cover this role. For me, one of the things that is extremely important is their time constraints. Actually, Don Pylon did point out the fact, and people don't realize, we need to be here for the phone calls. It's not just the weekly hours that we put in checking the packets, going to the meetings. We're getting phone calls, we're getting emails. And you need to be able to make that as much of a priority to speak to the residents, to speak to our constituents, even if they're not in our ward. there's plenty of times that I'm sure all of us are getting phone calls from people that just might feel comfortable because they've met me on Main Street, so they call me. So going through and making sure that time constraints, and everybody was honest with their responses and their answers. And of course, the other thing is making the time to be able to give back to the community and be on the street with our residents. So those are a lot of my big factors. And again, I think pretty much the same level as everybody else. You know, got about 3 as the top contenders.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Councilor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In agreement with everybody else, this is incredibly uncomfortable. I'd like to thank everybody who's put their name in for consideration. I really appreciate the dedication to the community it takes to put your name in for consideration, and we've got a fantastic group of folks here. I'm down to my top 2. I appreciate everybody's time and willingness to talk and put themselves out there for this. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Purdy. Any other comments, discussion? Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've never seen the council so quiet, so I figured I don't want to call it an icebreaker, but I think what we should do is if again, we're kind of interviewing someone. So in an employment world, you would have an open discussion and but it's very difficult to tell people it's like, hey, you're not being considered for certain reasons. So how I'd like to frame this, if everybody would want to do it this way, let's talk about all the candidates' strengths at this time. I think by identifying the candidates' strengths, it can help us come to a discussion, if anything, because it is kind of hard to choose in a public forum like this. But I definitely don't mind. Would we want to do it? But again, would we want this approach? And if so, would we want to do it? Just go like I'll go down the list of strengths, or is this not a great avenue to approach this,
Mr. Mayor?
I would caution the council. Obviously, talking about strengths is not something bad. You know, identifying strengths is an important thing. But I know it's an uncomfortable situation that you're placed in. But you're placed in here. You're represented to make uncomfortable decisions. And I think at this point, it's time for the council to start talking about narrowing the field and talking and many of you have said you have top 2 and top 3 candidates. It's time to start talking about those top 2 and top 3 candidates, or we could be here late into the evening talking about the strengths and weaknesses of all the applicants, because as everyone's admitted, there's plenty of great applicants that have put in. All of them are all qualified applicants, and they all are extraordinary members of the community. So that's my suggestion, but it's open to the floor. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. In the interest of moving this along, I think I'm at a point where, I'm comfortable making a motion, and it's really based off the feedback I've actually received from Ward 4 residents. Granted, it's not the entire ward, obviously, but the vast majority that have spoken to me has recommended this individual. So I will go ahead and make that motion, and then we could discuss that motion and vote on it if they if council so chooses. So be it ordered that the city council appoints Michael Berman as a Ward 4 councillor with a term starting on December 7th, 2020, and ending on December 5th, 2022, as per Charter Section 2.06C2.
Councilor Johnston has made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second has been made by Councilor Purdy. At this time, there's been a motion made and a motion seconded. So at this point, it is open for discussion. I see two hands raised. So let me start with Councilor Gunn, who had his hand raised first, and then Councilor Archer. Councilor Gunn.
Well, I had raised my hand before Councilor Johnson had made his motion. So if we are going to get to the brass tacks of this, may I offer my own motion?
You can offer a motion, but this motion is the motion that we'll be dealing with. So you can make an amendment to the motion, but you cannot make a motion that would supersede this. You're making an amendment, or we have to deal with this motion, and then if it fails, we come back with a new motion. But at this moment in time, you can make an amendment to the motion.
What would an amendment be to a motion just for a straight appointment? I don't understand.
There isn't.
You can make a motion to.
Well, so there isn't. So it's just a
motion
amend or supersede then. In that case, I will withdraw my comment since it is not applicable.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Councilor Archer.
Yes, as we make this vote, it's just recognized that we recognize process in that if we do vote this down, or if this was to be voted down, then this person could not be reconsidered. Again, this isn't the traditional employment and interview type process. This is Robert's rule. There's a motion on the floor. If it passes or fails, that's the outcome for that. If it was to fail, we would then have to submit another name. So I just wanted to put it out there from the process related perspective that, if you vote down or for, that's going to be the outcome. So as I think we know, but it's a very lot different process when you're doing this interview type. So that's all I had was a comment, not amendment or anything to that nature.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Council, I think Councilor Archer is referring to, there's a provision in the rules or in the charter that states the council will not take up the same motion twice within either a year or within a term. I'd have to look up the actual language of it, but
it's the term.
It's the term. So
yeah, it's that specific council.
So again, as Councilor Archer has stated, if this fails, this name cannot be brought forward again. The council would have to move on to a new name. So with that said, Councilor Johnston has his hand up. Councilor Johnston.
Just to discuss the motion, I think, as I stated previously, this is just the feedback I've received, up to prior to the meeting, that many of the residents in Ward 4 supported this applicant. Personally, I think he's a strong applicant, and I'm led towards him by the fact that he's actually, taken out papers and has tried to run previously for this seat, which shows a very high level of commitment, in my opinion. And again, I don't think that, any of the applicants are, not strong applicants. I just think that Mike has shown that he's really committed to, moving Saco forward and participating in what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Any further discussion on the motion? The motion is to be it ordered that the City Council appoint Mike Berman as the Ward 4 Councilor with a term starting on December 7th, 2020, and ending on December 5th, 2022, as per City Charter, Section 206C. Just for clarification, even though the term would start December 7th, Mr. Berman would not be sworn in tonight. He'll be sworn in sometime in the next couple of days prior to the December 14th meeting. And that is the sake for any candidate that should Mr. Berman's appointment fail here in the vote, but just so everyone's aware. With that said, any more discussion on the motion? Hearing no counselors seeking recognition and no counselor providing any objection on the motion, roll call vote. Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Purdy.
Yes.
Councilor Gunn.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor McPhail.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
That motion passes 6-0 to appoint Mike Berman as the Ward 4 Councilor with a term starting December 7, 2020 and ending on December 5, 2022, as per City Charter Section 206C2. Congratulations, Mr. Mike Berman. Thank you for all the candidates who put their names forward, came up and gave great presentations and had letters of support put in. You all worked very quickly to adapt to this process and presented some great information. So again, thank you very much to everybody, and also congratulations to Mike Berman. Mike, if you're still on, I'm just going to promote you for a moment. Mr. Berman, thank you for joining us again, and congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you all for your careful consideration. I'm excited to be joining you. I know it was a hard decision and an awkward process, but I'm honored to be here, and I will do my very best to live up to your expectations and the expectations of the residents of Ward 4. So thank you. I'm really excited to join you.
Thank you, Mike. Please make arrangement with City Administrator Cainrath and City Clerk Michelle Hughes to get you sworn in sometime this week prior to the 14th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, thank you very much. We're moving on to item C of the agenda. It's a public hearing for a long-range planning committee formation. Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since the background on this item commentary was read for the record at the City Council meeting held on November 30th, 2020, tonight's item commentary will be abridged with the entire content entered for the record in written text as provided for the council agenda packet, and any changes from the November 30th, 2020 item commentary will be read into the record. Mayor William Doyle is seeking to create a new committee for the City of Saco that will be named the Long Range Planning Committee, LRPC. The newly formed LRPC will serve as an advisory committee to the Saco City Council, and its charge will be to oversee the city's long-term vision for the city by studying and making recommendations on managing the city's future growth and development, assessing zoning and land use initiatives, growth management initiatives, environmental efforts, and updates to the comprehensive plan. The establishment of the LRPC is in line with the State of Maine's Growth Management Act, Section 4324, Responsibility for Growth Management, Articles 1 and 2. It is the mayor's and city staff's recommendation that the LRPC serve that role for developing the comprehensive plan and in turn oversee accountability for its implementation. Initially, the LRPC will be tasked with reviewing the 2011 Comprehensive Plan and 2018 Comprehensive Plan update with city staff and outside consultants to develop the 2021 Comprehensive Plan. The committee's work will focus on zoning and land use with the goals of effective growth management, responsible economic development, careful consideration, infrastructure improvements, improving Saco's stature as a desirable community in which to live, work, and raise a family. The LRPC will then shift its focus from the development of the Comprehensive Plan 2021 to the implementation of the Comprehensive Plan to ensure that City Council, Planning Board, city staff, annual fiscal year and tax incremental financing budgets, capital plans, policies, and other critical initiatives reflect the vision and intention of the Comprehensive Plan 2021. The composition of the LRPC will consist of the following: 2 city councilors, 2 planning board members, 2 economic development commission members, 2 Saco school staff designated by superintendent, Saco Main Street executive director, age-friendly Saco coordinator or designee, 5 Saco residents, city staff including the city planner, director of planning and economic development specialist, deputy assessor, city engineer, and the director of codes enforcement. Decommissioning the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee for the Comprehensive Plan 2018 update. The recommendation is to decommission the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee for the Comprehensive Plan 2018 update that was established in October of 2016. And to amend City Code Chapter 4, Section 4-34 and 4-38, refers to Exhibit 2 for amendments to City Code Chapter 4, Section 4-34, Planning Board, and to Section 4-38, Long Range Planning Committee. And the public hearing for December 7th, 2020 is set. Final reading, vote on December 14th to create the new city committee named the Long Range Planning Committee, decommission the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee for the Comprehensive Plan 2018 update, and amend the City Code Chapter 4, Section 4-34, Planning Board, and Section 4-38, Long Range Planning Committee. I move to open the public hearing this evening, December 7th, 2020, to create the new city committee named the Long Range Planning Committee, decommission the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee for the Comprehensive Plan 2018 update, and amend the City Code Chapter 4, Section 4-34, Planning Board, and Section 4-38, Long Range Planning Committee as outlined in Exhibit 2.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor McPhail, second by Councilor Minthorn. Any discussion on opening the public hearing? A roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to open the public hearing at 9:28 p.m. If there's members from the public that would like to participate, please use the raise hand feature of the Zoom platform, and you'll be unmuted to speak to the council. And we ask that you provide your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. First up, we have DeAngelo. Mr. Giroux, if you can hear us, please state your name and address for the record.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, my name is Don Gerard, Chairman of the Planning Board. First of all, let me say that comments I'll make tonight, I'm speaking for myself and not here to represent the Planning Board in general. But with that, let me say right at the start that I'm wholeheartedly supportive of the formation of this committee. And the timing could not be better as we're about to embark, of course, on the new comprehensive plan. Having been on the planning board for a long time and having worked with other members of the planning board, many of us have yearned for a long time to be able to do this on a continuing basis. But there simply isn't enough time for the planning board to do this alone. And so this new committee will be a vital asset, I think, to the city and what should be a constant and continuing effort to improve the city in every way. The only suggestion I would have as this proposal moves forward is on page 62 of your packet this evening, outlining the duties and responsibilities of the committee. It talks about in paragraph 5 on that page how often the planning committee will meet during the development of the comprehensive plan, and then how often it will meet in the follow-on years as the comprehensive plan is implemented. One of the things I think, one of the ingredients is probably missing from this and probably should be added to the duties and responsibilities is for the long-range planning committee to periodically hold, and I don't know how often that should be, but it should periodically hold public forums, I believe, as part of the ongoing process. As in follow-on years after the comprehensive plan is done, and the committee is responsible to keep updating the council on the implementation progress that we're making in implementing the comprehensive plan. Right along with that, I think should be a continuing, never-ending effort to continuously have input on further improvements that we can be making. And so, in summary, once again, I would just add that there should be some specified responsibility in there to periodically hold public hearings to get general input from the public on any topic they want to talk about when those forums take place. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks, and thank you very much, Mayor and members of the council, for allowing me to speak.
Mr. Gerard, thank you very much for your service on the planning board, and thank you for your comments here this evening. If there's anybody else that would like to speak to the council, please use the raise hand feature of the Zoom platform, or if you're calling on a cellular phone, *9. I see no hands raised and nobody seeking recognition. Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to close the public hearing this evening, December 7th, 2020, and set the final reading vote on December 14th, 2020, to 1, create the new committee, city committee named the Long Range Planning Committee, decommission the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee for the Comprehensive Plan 2018 update, and amend the City Code Chapter 4, Section 4-34, Planning Board, and Section 4-38, Long Range Planning Committee as outlined in Exhibit 2.
The motion's been made by Councilor McPhail. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Johnston. Any discussion? Planning and Economic Development Director Clavette, thank you for joining us. Do you want to address whether the Long Range Planning Committee will hold public hearings? I'm reading on page 62, number 5, that midway down, I'm going to say the 7th line, the LRPC will comply with the State of Maine's Growth Management Act and comply with meeting public notification processes, public hearings, and be responsible for submitting the comprehensive plan updates to both the City Council and Planning Board for their review and for the City Council approval. Am I reading that wrong, or is the LRPC going to be responsible for engaging the public? Engaging the public is a very important piece to anything we
Yes.
do in the community.
Mayor Doyle, thank you for the clarification question and asking, and thank you, Chair Gerard, for bringing that to our attention. I mean, clearly that is the process, part of the comprehensive plan, and if the part of the RFP actually requires us to be able to conduct public hearings and public forums, and so that's all part and parcel. We can specify it if you so choose, but in actuality, that is pretty much implied and expected as part of the state statute and the public notification, the public process. At a very minimum, there will be public hearings. At the maximum, there's an extensive amount of public engagement that's already built into the comprehensive plan, so that has been allocated for, if you will, in the RFP. that we're currently working with are already planning on that as well. So I don't envision that being an issue. And the implementation component of it, that piece will involve working with the staff, working with the councils and the respective boards and commissions, implementation and actually creating a reporting tool that will talk about its implementation, and all of that does encompass that. If you want to be clear and specific, you can put it in there, but as far as I'm concerned, that's a little bit, for lack of a better word, into the weeds. But we need to stay high level, and it's already implied that yes, in fact, this will happen, and that's part of the whole mechanism with this commission. Thank you for asking.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Any further council discussion? On a roll call vote to close the public hearing and move this to second and final reading. A roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to close the public hearing and at 9:36 p.m. Item D, public hearing on a renewal application for a special entertainment permit for Biddeford Saco Country Club. Councilor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Biddeford Saco Country Club has applied for a renewal of their special entertainment permit. The permit will be concurrent with the establishment's liquor license. The applicant has paid all applicable permit fees, and the clerk has properly advertised the public hearing in accordance with the Saco City Code, Chapter 93. I move to open the public hearing.
Motion's been made by Councilor Purdy to open the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Gunn. Any discussion on opening the public hearing? A roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to open the public hearing at 9:38 p.m. If there's anybody in the attendee list that would like to participate in the public hearing for the renewal application for the special entertainment permit for Biddeford Saco Country Club, please use the raise hand feature of the Zoom platform or *9 for those with a cellular phone, and you'll be unmuted to speak to the council. Seeing nobody seeking recognition and no hands raised, Councilor Purdy.
I move to close the public hearing and be it ordered that the City Council grant the renewal application submitted by the Biddeford Saco Country Club for a special entertainment permit to be concurrent with the establishment's current liquor license.
Motion's been made by Councilor Purdy. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? Councilor Minthorn? Any discussion? Closing the public hearing. Roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to close the public hearing and grant the permit at 9:39 p.m. We are now at item E. If the council is willing, I'd like to call a recess for 5 minutes. 5-minute recess, so we'll come back at 9:45. Please know we have 2 agenda items left under action items, and then I'm going to ask the council if they want to continue because there is a New business item B, and anything after 9:30 under new business has to be approved by the city council. So I want to make sure that we're following the time frame. So 5-minute recess, then we'll come back and deal with item E and F, and then you guys can decide on whether we want to go forward with new business. Recess till 9:45.
There.
Thank you for the extra couple minutes here in recess. With that, we are up to item E, which is one rating ecology school education waiver. Council Archer.
1 second, I grabbed a slice of pizza. You know how it is.
You're only allowed to do that in Ward 5.
All right. Let me check my teeth. No, I'm kidding. All right. Use the camera.
You look great, Marshall.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that, Joe. All right. The contract zone approved for the ecology school on February 1st, 2016 and amended on January 29th, 2018. It allows a school to be established and to operate in a C1 zone, specifically at 184 Simpson Road. A condition of the contract zone requires that TES shall support the school system with at least 66% of all yearly program tuition for school year academic programs, or the equivalent value of $40,000 in programming for Saco school children. Given the constraint of COVID-19 pandemic has placed on in-person ecology programming, the ecology school will be offering online distance learning opportunities by February 2021 for Saco schools that include ecology activities for classroom teachers to use and students and their families to do at home and at appropriate outdoor locations. The COVID-19 pandemic has curtailed program for 2020, and it's likely to severely impact the 2021 school year as well. TES requests that the city consider a waiver of this requirement for the 2019-2020 and 2020-2021 school years. I move to waive the requirements of Section 2, subsection P of the Contract Zone Amendment Agreement for 2020 in light of the COVID-19 emergency.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Archer and second by Councilor Minthorn. And Councilor Archer, just so I'm clear,
I got my
you
hand
did
raised.
not.
I wanted to clarify.
Okay. Councilor Archer, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the council is aware I did not read 2021 into the motion, and I made sure to raise my hand first because I wanted to make sure that it was crystal clear to you all that I wasn't trying to sneak it in. I was going to be making a motion to amend this a little bit, so that's why I read it as is. As always, it's free to be amended to its original version. The reason why I took out 2021 is it can still be brought up next year. So let's just address the need now for 2020. I do agree that this needs to be waived for this year, as it wasn't actually on the school, TES, the ecology school. It was the Saco school systems not being able to allow TES to come in. So in that case, I do believe that this waiver should happen. However, 2021 is a different year, and I was considering this, and it's how about we just see how it goes, and then make that same waiver at the end of next year if needed. Again, I support the need based on COVID this year. If COVID is the same or worse, I most likely would agree again. So again, I did get rid of 2021 just because I feel that we should just be making the decisions as now, it needed now. And we can definitely readdress this next year. Because the motion is written per year, it can come back on the floor. So I just wanted to put that out there so it didn't look kind of sneaky, but I was going to make the amendment anyway. So I just read it as is.
Thank you, Councilor Archer, for clarification. Councilor Minthorn, are you still good with your second?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Thank you. So there's been a motion by Councilor Archer, second by Councilor Minthorn. Now discussion, Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. As I indicated last week, I believe it was, I have somewhat of an issue with an all-out waiver. I'm certainly recognize the financial impacts to the ecology school, but those impacts were equally felt amongst all really nonprofits in the city. And since last week, I've had a conversation with at least one member of a nonprofit in Saco that currently pays into a pilot program that was happy to hear of my concern last week. So again, I have the concern that we're opening ourselves up with an all-out waiver to potentially having to waive all pilots. And honestly, from where I sit, I think that probably would be what's fair if we're going to do this, is that we just waive all pilot program fees. I don't think that's in the best interest of the city financially, but I would say I think it's probably the fair path. So last week I had spoken to perhaps deferring this out into future years. The way you read P in the contract zone, we're supposed to receive overall programming of $40,000. That's programming cost. When tests can't provide that, or we're unable to participate, we're actually supposed to receive $20,000. I'm not asking for that. What I would instead suggest, and I will actually just go ahead and amend the motion, is I move to reduce the requirements of Section 2, subsection P of the contract zone for 2020 and 2021 from $40,000 worth of overall programming each year down to $20,000 worth of overall programming each year for a total of $40,000 for programming for those 2 years. I further move to defer this programming in 2020 and 2021 until 2022, at which time $10,000 worth of programming will be due in addition to the $40,000 required in the contract zone. An additional $10,000 worth of programming will also be due in 2023, 2024, and 2025. So I move to approve that amendment.
So Councilor Johnston, you're making an amendment. You're not making a new motion. You're amending to draw on the current $40,000 and cycle it out for 3 cycles. Did I understand that correctly?
What I've done is taken the $40,000 worth of programming that was to be due this current year and next year, cut it in half down to the 20, so 40 for the total 2 years that is being asked to be waived, and then spreading that out starting in 2022 over a 4-year period. So essentially it's an additional benefit of $10,000 on top of the 40 that's currently required in the contract zone.
Okay, there's been an amendment made by Councilor Johnston. Is there a second? The amendment dies for lack of a second.
That's life.
Back to the main motion.
Mr. Mayor, I did second for discussion.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that, Councilor Archer. So you have a second for discussion. Councilor Archer, Councilor Minthorn, and Councilor McPhail.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that hand raised was for the main motion, not for this amendment. I'll keep my hand up, but it's not applying now.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes, I see that Drew Dunch is in the attendee section. Could we promote him so he could speak to this potential amendment and to the veracity of it from his perspective?
Any objection from the council? No objection. Drew, you've been allowed to speak. Thank you for joining us. And if you've heard the amendment, please provide any feedback.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Doyle. Thank you, Saco City Councilors. I do have to say that the motion by Councilor Johnson feels punitive. We'd work really hard to reach that 40,000. That will be true in 2022, an additional 10,000 coming off the pandemic. definitely seems somewhat punitive. And I did attend the April 6th council meeting where the pilot discussion, and I did have reviewed the pilot breakdown of what nonprofits in Saco, what they're paying for pilot. And unless I'm reading it wrong, 40,000 is higher than any other. And obviously this is programming rather than funds. So again, I'll point out, as I did last week, there's no out of pocket for Saco. We're not stiffing the city of Saco any money. We're basically responding to a global pandemic where teachers, including as curriculum coordinator Julie Smythe said in her letter to you, they're just trying to survive, as are we. So I'd like to be able to think the ecology school can move into 2022 coming out of a pandemic and focus again on the strong relationship it has with Saco schools without having the additional 10,000 of programming added to it.
Thank you, Drew. Okay, so we have a couple of hands up. Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With Drew on, actually, he might be able to answer this real quick. We were provided a list of what was anticipated to be done. Do we have a figure of what was completed from January to the pandemic in March, and a value of what was offered?
McPhail, that was all spring programming. I want to point out too, that was over nearly 33,000 for the spring, and that's our high season, spring and fall. And we would have easily done at least another 7,000 in the fall had we had the chance to even book that. Of course, the bookings that we did for the fall would have happened in the spring at the height of the beginning of the pandemic. And this is, I could go in depth about what organizations like ours are doing nationally, and that would be not a lot because we're in the middle of a global pandemic. So We're doing our best. We're excited about our new Ecology Online initiative coming out in February. We stand ready to do much more than 40,000 in support to Sacos in many different ways, but we just need to get our feet under us. We need to finish the construction of our campus. We need to, as all of us, get out of this pandemic and move ahead. And adding another 10,000 on a year just seems punitive again.
Has there been any work with these schools in taking any of these programs and doing them remotely with their programs?
There is no, respectfully, Councilor McPhail, there is no capacity, and my wife is also a teacher. They're just trying to safely get kids. There is little capacity right now for teachers. Having said that, that is what the ecology school has been doing over the past few months, is getting ready to premiere a online version. And we're going to do this professionally and top notch. So we're not just throwing up activities up. That is why February is our estimated time. So for the last 5 months of the 2021 school year, we are looking forward to being able to start providing online modules. And hopefully at that point too, my understanding is teachers may be further up in line for receiving COVID vaccination. So I've got to think that's a boost to morale for those frontline essential workers that are our classroom teachers.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. First, let me just say, this is not punitive. I don't view this as punitive at all. You have a contract. In this contract that I was involved with at the time of council, you have a requirement that was really replacing substantial loss of tax dollars that were removed from the tax rolls when this property was bought by a nonprofit. So I understand, I guess the concerns, and I'm more than willing to spread it out even further. If you don't want to do 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever it is that ensures that we are still receiving the benefits that we were, again, obligated to per the contract zone that council authorized. I can understand trying to compare this to other pilots, but this is in itself unique because it's in the contract zone. There are significant contributions in pilot programs. I won't name them. One comes to the top of my mind, but I'm not going to throw them out there. But I've had those conversations this week with some of those members that have said after watching a council meeting, well, what about us? Why are we contributing? We were impacted by COVID too. So I'm not asking for dollars, actual cash benefit. This is just an extension of the programming. When I look at the 2018 year, it was provided in the packet, or is it, 19 programming expenses. The total cost was $48,000, of which the ecology funded 44. So we were almost at the 50,000 I had suggested be provided with this amendment. But again, we could just spread it out further. If 2022 is too close because you're not sure of your financial footings, then put it out to 2022 or 2023 when it comes into effect. I have a deep concern about going down this path. And I understand COVID's affected us all, but the city was entitled to a benefit per this contract zone. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Councilor Minthorn.
Thank you. This is a tough one. And it's tough for two reasons. One, the ecology school wasn't able to provide the programming because the schools couldn't open the doors, so to speak. In the same light, having been a classroom teacher and used outside resources similar to the ecology school in my past, dumping an extra 25% or 12% or whatever into the curriculum that you already have and trying to, okay, well, instead of the ecology school coming for 20 hours, now I've got to accommodate them for 25 hours or 30 hours in my classroom. And there is a downstream impact on that. And we have no one from the schools here that's able to say if it's doable, supportable, not supportable, or whatever. And it's in effect pushing the commitment, I think, a greater impact past the ecology school onto the individual classrooms within our school district without them being represented here tonight. And that concerns me as well. I think we all have to agree 2020 is one of these strange years. And I think Councilor Johnson, you might agree that if there are other entities that are nonprofits that are having trouble with their pilot, I think we have to welcome them and hear their reasoning for why they too would want that. And I don't want to see a run on the bank, but at the same time, I think we have to accept this for the unique situation that it is. Without our schools here to say whether they could even accommodate your request, I think it's disingenuous to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minthorn. So we have the amendment by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Archer. Any further discussion on the amendment only? And the amendment is to take the Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you. I was going to bring this up on the main motion, but I think now it applies. We keep talking about the uniqueness factor. And in this case, in how do we just look at the uniqueness of the contract between us and the TES or all type of pilot programs that we have? I think that we can, in this case, because of the uniqueness and some of the language within the contract, I looked at our contract between us and the TES. TES was available to the city school system. The city school system, to meet their own individual needs, had to shut down programming against TES. So in this case, I think that uniqueness factor, which separates us from other pilot programs, is the fact that there was a planned service agreed upon by the school and TES, because it was already pre-planned, and the school system, to meet their own needs. Again, Saco's, they fall under umbrella of the Department of the City and the resources available to and benefits related to our citizens. our school system said to meet the needs of safety, we cannot do TES. And I feel, again, uniqueness doesn't apply to all other pilots because there's written language in each agreement. I believe in this case, we waived this year specifically. And again, I made that motion to not include next school year because if needed, we can readdress it. But if you really look at the 1920 school year, I believe the uniqueness that the school said we're not going to allow you to provide services should not be held against TES. 2020, 2021 is a different school year, different circumstances that we don't know at this time. So I made the initial motion to just say, hey, what we know now, let's make a decision on that. Again, uniqueness, the school system to meet their needs said, hey, you can't provide services. And when the school, again, as an entire, the city of Saco as an entirety says, hey, we can't use your services right now, it should not be held against the person who was willing and already pre-planned and prepared schooling and curricula. Again, let's just look at this year only, say, hey, waive it. We'll look at next year when the time comes.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Again, we speak to uniqueness, but in the contract, you look at P and it states, or the Saco school system is no longer able to participate. Doesn't say due to COVID, doesn't say because of hurricane. It says it's no longer able to participate. Therefore, the ecology school will make an annual contribution of $20,000. I'm not asking for $20,000 from TES. That's not the point. But I can recall crafting this specific clause. To be honest, it was to appease me, right? And it was Councilor Roach at the time that came up with the wording for this after conversations between he and myself. This is what, got me to a level of comfortability with it. And the thought at the time was the ecology school was already providing the Saco school system with some level of educational programming. So the fact that we were removing roughly $16,000 at the time from the tax rolls, we built this in so that, hey, we keep this educational benefit in perpetuity, but in the case we can't participate, they would pay us $20,000. It's right there in the contract. So, I mean, I guess ultimately, the city council can decide if they want to actually uphold their contract. But I mean, I look at it and say, is it unique? It certainly is. It's a contract zone. It was built into the contract for this specific need of the city at the time to ensure that we didn't lose tax revenue. And what I've proposed through my motion is not to actually go after them for the $20,000. I recognize they don't have the funding. I'm saying let's defer the benefit, the educational benefit out. If 2022 isn't, acceptable to this council, then push it out further, as long as ultimately the city, in this case, the school system and the taxpayers are feeling as though they've received this benefit that they're entitled to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Any further discussion on the amendment only? The amendment is to take the $40,000 in programming and add it into the 2022 and the remaining the subsequent 3 years for a total of $10,000 in programming each additional year. So that would require the ecology school for $50,000 in programming for 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. That is the amendment on the table. And just so everyone is clear, any further discussion on it before we vote? Seeing no further discussion on the amendment only. Councilor Archer.
I can work with this. It's a fair compromise. Yes.
Councilor Purdy.
No.
Councilor Gunn.
No.
Councilor Minthorn.
No.
Councilor McPhail.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
3-3 tie.
That is a 3-3 tie as I have it. And I think this is the opportunity when I get to cast a ballot or cast a vote here. And my question to the city administrator before I cast a vote here, City Administrator Canrath, would the ecology school have to agree to this? If the council were to approve it, would they have to agree to this because it is changing the contract zone?
I think I would want to get further clarification legally and from our professional department this before answering that for certain.
I am going to vote nay. And the only reason I'm voting nay is because I would like to get legal opinion before we do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Back to the main motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Johnston.
I move to table this item pending legal review.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Motion to table by Councilor Johnston. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor McPhail. Any discussion? No discussion on tabling. Moving forward, Councilor Archer.
What's the motion?
Motion to table.
We're tabling after it's been voted down.
Tabling the main motion.
Yeah, as a member of the prevailing party, I would like to bring this back to the floor. Because it's more about process. We can't vote this. It's already been voted down, and I'm not prevailing. Never mind. I would need someone else to do it. My apologies.
The amendment, just so everyone's clear, the amendment did not pass. The main motion is still before us. Now there's a motion to table by Councilor Johnston, and there's a motion to a second by Councilor McPhail to table and get a legal opinion on whether we could even take the $40,000 in programming and equalize that out over the next 4 years, or 5 years.
So you can't bring it back.
Can bring it back in a different form. You can rescind at the next meeting and bring it back in accordance with the rules.
As long as we're clear, that's fine.
I'm not comfortable without getting a legal opinion on taking the 40,000 in programming and then putting that out over 4 years without some sort of agreement, because I think there is a contract and both parties would have to be amenable to the contract or to a change in that contract before it comes available, at least in my opinion. And I'd want to make sure that we get a legal opinion on that. So on the motion to table, that is what's before us. Aye. Councilor Purdy.
Yes.
Councilor Gunn.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor McPhail.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
A motion to table passes 6-0. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. That'll allow us to get some questions answered and then bring this back at the next meeting. Item F, one reading, Planning Board report on the zoning, site plan, and subdivision ordinances. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Beginning in October 2018, the City of Saco established a zoning ordinance revision committee that began working with city staff and consultants on a comprehensive zoning ordinance revision. After extensive public outreach, public meetings, work sessions, a new zoning ordinance, site plan, and subdivision ordinance, and zoning map was developed. The City Council held a public hearing on these ordinances and the zoning map on November 4th, 2019. After hearing from the public and recognizing the additional areas needed to be addressed, the City Council voted to send the zoning ordinance, site plan, and subdivision ordinance, and zoning map back to the Planning Board for further review. The Planning Board and the Zoning Ordinance Revision Committee then continued working together at joint workshops and Planning Board meetings to work through new drafts of zoning ordinance, subdivision, and the site plan, ordinance, and zoning map with city staff. A public hearing was held on October 20th, 2020, and it was decided to continue the public hearing through December 1st, 2020, when the public hearing was closed. The planning board voted unanimously at the December 1st, 2020 meeting to approve the planning board report and to submit that report to City Council. Staff supports the City Council accepting the planning board report on the zoning, site plan, and subdivision ordinances. I move to accept the planning board's report on the zoning, site plan, and subdivision ordinances.
Motion's been made by Councilor Johnston. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Gunn. Discussion on accepting the report. You're not accepting the ZOR, you're accepting the report. And we were scheduled to get a presentation and still may get a presentation on these ZORs, on the zoning, site plan, and subdivision ordinances in new business. But this is just accepting the report. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, roll call vote on accepting the report. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to accept the report. That brings us to item 10, which is new business. And at this time, Council, in accordance with the rules, we are not to take up new business after 9:30. Is there a motion to continue?
So moved.
Councilor Johnston has made a motion to continue on. And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councilor Gunn has seconded the motion to continue beyond the 9:30 hour. Discussion? Councilor Archer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For this item, I would prefer to have a fresh eyes and fresh brain, if you know what I mean. I'd like to hear this on another date. That way I can really take it in. It's been a long meeting today, so that's my contribution.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Any further discussion? Councilor Johnston?
I certainly can understand that, having lived this zoning ordinance for the last 2 years. But I could be wrong, but I think really all we're ultimately doing is setting the first reading date. And if we don't move this forward, we'll probably screw up the timeline. So I guess Ms. Clavette can comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Council, it would be the timeline, the established timeline would be interrupted. But that's not a reason to, if you're not prepared to take something on, then that's the way it is. But it would interrupt the timeline for, passing the zoning ordinance revision. We do have another agenda on the 14th that is quite lengthy as well. So likelihood is if this was going to be pushed, it would probably not make the agenda on the 14th. Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can soldier on, or I should say marine on. Let's finish it today.
Thank you,
Under
Councilor
those
Archer.
circumstances.
Okay, so any other discussion? A roll call vote on continuing forward. Councilor Archer?
Go through? Aye.
Thank you. Councilor
Okay.
Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Thank you. So we are now at item 10, new business, item B, presentation on the zoning, site plan, and subdivision reordinances. At this time, Planning and Economic Development Director Denise Clavette is with us. and so is in City Planner Hamblin. Thank you both for joining us this evening, and please walk us through the zoning ordinance revision document.
Thank you, Mayor Doyle and members of the city for honoring our ability to be able to present. We can assure you that we will make it as brief as possible. I like the key points, and obviously, if we need further discussion before the first reading is held at the 14th meeting, we'd be happy to do that as well. But I'm going to turn this over to Bob Hamblin, who's going to walk through the presentation. We do have a PowerPoint that helps to highlight the key points of the zoning ordinance and the differences between the existing zoning ordinance and the new zoning ordinance that has been prepared by the joint efforts of the Planning Board and the Zoning Ordinance Revision Committee. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Bob. Bob, you all set with sharing your screen?
I am hopeful that Andrew Dickinson will be able to share a screen.
Okay, very good. All right.
Andrew, if you're still with us, if we could take a look at the PowerPoint that was presented. It just makes up the last 3 or 4 pages of the overall packet, I believe. And while Andrew is taking a look at that, thank you, Mayor and Council members. It's been an entertaining 4 hours. I appreciate the lengthy policy decisions that you folks have been involved with. And as a resident of Ward 4, I was particularly interested. Interesting discussion this evening. The council has certainly been aware of the zoning revision effort taking place over the last 2 years now. The planning board brought this all to a head a week ago, Tuesday evening. They finished and closed a public hearing that had been held open, I think, for 4 meetings. We heard oftentimes from the same familiar faces with the same familiar issues, but the point was that over probably a 2-month period, a public hearing was held open for that long, and we welcomed members of the public to weigh in. So the planning board passes on I would say drastically, significantly revamped zoning ordinance. They have plucked from the zoning ordinance the site plan review chapter that had existed for decades, literally, and are proposing that as a separate standalone site plan ordinance that would likewise find its place within city code. And thirdly, subdivision regulations have existed as their own standalone document for many years as well. The subdivision regulations are now proposed to exist as a subdivision ordinance, likewise to find their own place in city code. One of the early directives coming out of the 2018 comprehensive plan update was let's simplify our extensive number of zones citywide by a fair amount, and indeed that has happened. I can report that going into this process, going back a couple of years, there were 28 separate standalone zoning districts spread across the city. The zoning ordinance and more particularly zoning map that is before you this evening has brought that down to 15 zoning districts. Probably a poster child of that effort is the Route 1 corridor, kind of the big red rectangle right down the middle of the zoning map. You're looking at the Route 1 corridor there, previously made up of a handful of zoning districts, including the MU3 zone, the B6 zone, etc. This has been all wrapped into a single zone now called the Portland Road Zone. There are uses, lot sizes, height restrictions, etc., that are applicable to a single expanded Portland Road zoning district. While there are details that can be pointed out when one compares this zoning map to the one that is currently in use, obviously you'll see a lot of similarities. Saco west of the main turnpike, for instance, remains. It has been the Conservation 1 zoning district. All that green space out there on the west side of the turnpike. It is under the new ordinance and new map, it is renamed the Rural Conservation, or RC District. And once again, the focus is on limited residential zoning and uses, and more so a focus on conservation. We recognize that the few remaining working farms continue to exist in the Rural Conservation District. Certainly the landscapes, the open fields and forest lands that have characterized Saco for literally centuries are to be found out in West and North Saco. And the Rural Conservation District is absolutely emphasizes the maintenance of that sort of thing. As we move on to the next page, Andrew, the real guts, the real day-to-day tools that are put to use by staff and by development professionals that are in pretty constant contact with the city of Saco, primarily with the code office and with the planning departments, are its tables. You're looking at one page of a 3 or 4 page use table. This is quite a little difference. Council members who may be familiar with the existing approach to laying out uses citywide know that they get to flip through probably 24 or more pages, wherein each separate zoning district is given a page or more, and then all the uses that are possible within that zoning district are laid out in black and white. This has been a real consolidation effort to put all the uses that are allowed in the city of Saco under its zoning into this table 3-3, and then to obviously across the top there list all the zones that will exist under the new zoning ordinance and map, and to just summarize in a relatively easy and accessible way what can be done and what cannot be done in the zones that will exist in Saco. So we hope this is going to be a help for anybody taking a look at the ordinance and trying to figure out what can I do and where can I do it. Table 4-1, a little bit more of summarization and hopefully ease of use. If you want to know how large a lot do I need in such and such a zone in order to plunk down my business or my proposed subdivision or any of dozens, obviously, of uses, you turn to table 3-3. It'll tell you the minimum lot size, how high a building may be built, what the setbacks are from front, side, and rear, so on and so forth. A good deal of thought and effort has gone into that table. We've pretty consistently gone back to it, tweaked it right up to the end. I'm not going to say the bitter end, but right up to the end last Tuesday evening. And I think both planning board and zoning ordinance review committee members are satisfied with what that table looks like at this point. 2 years, and would you believe it, there are still issues that need to be addressed, and they're found here in the first item. Shoreline zoning is a constantly evolving issue. Every 2 or 3 years, the Maine DEP comes up with its own recommended changes on a statewide basis, and then each community in the state that has shoreline zoning, and that's darn near all of them, is then given a specific time in which to adopt the DEP changes. So the city's shoreline zoning is subject to further refinement and amendments in the upcoming months. Parking, lighting standards, signs, impact fees. They remain viable issues that are going to be addressed, and I dare say, by the planning board in upcoming months. The long-range planning committee that is in the process of being formed, very likely to be involved with one or more of those issues as well. We're looking right now at what we had been calling the crosswalk. At some point, the planner, me, crosswalk, what do you mean crosswalk? Where does this term come from? We're calling it matrix now, and why that's any more descriptive or useful than the term crosswalk, I can't tell you, but maybe it's 6 letters instead of 9, and it's just easier to spit out. This matrix is a summary of a good deal of the past 2 years' efforts. If you walk down through this and take your time and read through all these entries, it's pretty much a guide as to issues that were brought up, discussed, and resolved by first the ZORS committee and later on the planning board, and actually a combination of the two groups right up through last Tuesday evening. I won't get into any level of detail there, but council members who are interested in getting into the nuts and bolts of what has occurred over the past couple of years, resulting in the updated zoning ordinance, site plan ordinance, and subdivision ordinance. This is a great starting point to take a look at, and certainly if any of you go ahead and do that and have any questions, please feel free to get back to myself, and if I can't answer questions, I can find somebody who will. Not to be overlooked is the page that's before you. Staff has batted this one back and forth. We've talked with Jim Katsiofikis, the attorney who assisted us throughout the process, and we feel it's our duty to bring to the council's attention. There are a couple of issues outstanding, and they're pretty much summarized in this 2-page document before you. Right after this document in your packets, there's a 2 or 3 page memo from Attorney Katsiofikis discussing much the same issue. Point being that a few 2 to 3 months ago, Attorney Katsiofikis advised the combined planning board and ZORS group that if you continue to move in the direction that you are, and specifically this had to do with the MU3 zone out on Route 1, a mixed use zone that features master plan development rather prominently. And then also, which is the focus of the page we're looking at, the draft R5MU zone. Today, the R5MU exists as the MU4 zone. It's between Lincoln and Bradley Streets. It's a mixed use zone. It's been around since 2013 and is a result of the 2011 comprehensive plan. The effort that's taken place over the past 2 years, has come around to the idea of R5 is not working for us as a group, and consequently, we're going to do away with the R5MU and switch it over to the surrounding zoning, which is more of a medium density residential or MDR zone. That is not compatible with the 2011 plan. And I think both Attorney Katsiofikis and myself as a professional planner felt it incumbent on us to advise the council that there are a couple of things that have been adopted by the combined board and committee that are not compatible with the existing comprehensive plan. That's simply a no-no when it comes to the growth management guidelines put forth by the state of Maine. Should the city find itself in a litigious situation resulting from this incompatibility between plan and ordinance, you've put yourself in a poor position to defend yourself in a court of law without the ordinance and the plan being compatible. So I would simply urge the council to be aware of this situation. Certainly bears further discussion as we move forward over the next handful of weeks. Okay, there, with a drink of water, I can continue. In a nutshell, and I think going on 11 p.m., that's perhaps all you need to hear from me this evening. Staff is obviously available and will continue to be. Should members care to reach out and discuss this further in between meetings, and certainly at upcoming meetings, we'd be glad to do so. And if I can answer any questions right now, I'd be glad to.
Bob, if you want to just cover page 2, the one that just came up on the master plan development removal from the Route 1 corridor in the MU3 district and what the implications are of that. That's another recommendation that came forth from you as a professional planner and as the attorney, Jim Katsiafikis, about concerns about removing the master plan development component from Route 1 corridor in the MU3 district.
Sure.
You can address that real briefly, that'd be great, because those are the two critical pieces that the council will need to consider, the difference between whether they want to take a look at that versus what the ZORs and planning board recommended.
Absolutely, thanks, Denise. Yes, if we took a look at the existing zoning map, go out Route 1, can travel north right up against the Scarborough town line. On your right-hand side as you're traveling north, up above Cascade Road is the Park North multi-use development. On your left-hand side, a number of commercial developments, but more to the point, on both sides of Route 1 in that area is the MU3 zone. Once again, that goes back to the 2011 comprehensive plan. The implementation process that followed up on that plan resulted in 2013, the MU3 zone being created. MU simply stands for mixed use, and the MU3 designation distinguishes this particular zoning district, for instance, from the MU1 zone downtown or the MU4 zone that I was just discussing over off Lincoln and Bradley Streets. MU3 allows a number of uses, and then there is a separate category, specifically master planned development. So the way the MU3 zone was designed, it kind of dangled residential development as a desirable thing to do for developers, but you only get to do residential along the Route 1 corridor in the MU3 zone if you propose it with a mix of uses. So you can do, for instance, multifamily dwellings out here, but you must accompany that with a mix of uses. There must be some commercial, there must be some office space, that sort of thing. So that's been in place since 2013. Much more recently, your economic development department and to some extent planning development in the battle line of day-to-day business, so to speak, has been talking with potential applicants, potential developers, and going forward on that basis that there is an MU3 zone. It seeks a mix of uses. So with the decision made on the part of the board and the committee to remove master plan development and to put an end to the MU3 zone. It's simply, well, once again, it's incompatible with the comprehensive plan that that continues to guide the city's efforts since 2011. So once again, I think Attorney Katsafikis and myself just feel it incumbent upon us to make sure that the city's legislative body is aware of the situation that potentially the city is being put in, given the language in the proposed new zoning ordinance. Hopefully I've kept that halfway simple and understandable. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'd be glad to respond.
Thank you, City Planner Hamlin, for that. Any questions from the council? So, Council, you're going to see this again as a first reading. So, obviously, if you have questions in between now and then, please feel free to reach out and ask some questions and get some answers and get some clarity, or be prepared at first reading to ask some questions that you need clarification on. I just would like to say thank you to all the staff and the volunteers and community members that worked on this project. It wasn't easy. I'm sure it was very time consuming over the past 2 years. So thank you everyone for your hard work. It produced a extremely good document, but nothing is ever perfect, right? We still have to keep working on it. So with that, any discussion? Any questions, comments, concerns? Councilor Johnston.
Thank you, and I will be quick because I know everybody's tired. Yeah, I would just like to add, I'm also available, for questions from councilors. As someone that kind of geeks out on this stuff, I have a pretty substantial knowledge on both the current zoning ordinance and what we are trying to work towards. So I'm just throwing that out there to everybody. If you're curious as to how we got where we got, I'm available. Just either call, text, or shoot me an email. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. With that and no further questions, Denise, Bob, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. We'll see you next week. That brings us to item 11, administrative update. City Administrator Canrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interest of time, I'll defer tonight's reports to next week, but this was emailed to everyone earlier today.
Thank you, City Administrator Canrath. We are at item 12, council discussion and comment. Any discussion from the council? Councilor Gunn?
Yes, I was just a question for the city administrator and you, Mr. Mayor. Will the council be informed of when the new councilor will be sworn in? I think decorum would dictate that some of us would be present there just to wish him well, and just because of the occasion.
Yeah, so I'll just say, so I already emailed Mike tonight about setting up a time in the coming days to come in and be sworn in. So as soon as I have that coordinated with our city clerk, Michelle Hughes, I can, if you'd like, forward out an email to everyone of when that is going to be. But we'd of course encourage everyone to come with a mask, and we'll spread out in the auditorium so we're not in any violation there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further council discussion and comment? Moving on, there's no executive session tonight. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Councilor Minthorn, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Purdy. Discussion. A roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
No.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Councilor Archer must have hit his head. Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
and Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-1 to adjourn. Thank you very much, everybody, for your hard work tonight, all the effort you put in. And then just, I would like to say to everyone, as the cases in COVID-19 in Maine continue to rise, with us experiencing our highest numbers since the pandemic broke in a single day, please, for humanity's sake, for all of our family's sake, please wear your mask, use your social distancing, follow the guidelines. And, we all want to make it through these holidays together. But, we have to do it in a different light this year. And we have to be mindful of everybody. And we all want each other to be there on the other side of this. So please do the right thing for you and your fellow community members. And with that, I say good night, be well, and stay safe.
Take care.
Marshall, you get to stay till next week.
Oh, sweet.